Know that I don't pretend about these things. I mean it. That is me. I don't guide people to criminality. I don't do it. It is wicked. It's a sin.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Chomalina Jean. In the headlines, federal government asks aviation unions to shelve planned strike. Court orders interim forfeiture of $2.04 million properties linked to ex-CBN governor. NMDPRA seals 4 filling stations, 2 gas stations in Akwa Ibom. UN chief calls for assurances of humanitarian pauses for polio vaccination campaign in Gaza. And funeral held for Palestinian killed by Israeli settlers in West Bank. Details shortly. The federal government has appealed to aviation unions to shelve their plans for a strike over the deduction of 50% of the internal revenue of aviation agencies. In a memo dated August 14th, the unions comprising the National Union of Air Transport Employees, NUATE, the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, ATSSSAN, the Association of Nigeria Aviation Professionals, ANAP, the National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, NAAPE, and the Amalgamated Union of Public Corporation Civil Service Technical and Recruiting Services Employees, AUPCTRE, has threatened to strike. They have threatened to stop work on August 21st as a protest over the federal government's deduction of 50% of internally generated revenues of aviation agencies. But the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has appealed to them to shelve the planned strike. Keyamo, in a statement he signed on Friday, assured the workers' union and other stakeholders in the sector that President Bola Tinubu is very concerned about the improvement of the aviation sector and will give their demand due consideration with the goal of finding a lasting solution that balances both the fiscal needs of the government and the operational requirements of the aviation agencies. Federal High Court sitting in Lagos has ordered interim forfeiture of $2.04 million and 7 properties linked to the embattled former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele. Justice Akintayo Aluko made the order on Thursday following an application by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission investigating alleged fraudulent activities linked to Emefiele. The properties in question include prime real estate in Lekki and Ikoyi, Lagos, as well as a large industrial complex under construction in Abo, Delta State. Justice Aluko stated that the interim forfeiture was necessary to prevent the dissipation of the assets suspected to be proceeds of unlawful activities. In addition to the properties, the court also ordered the interim forfeiture of 2 share certificates of Queensdorf Global Fund Limited Trust, a company allegedly linked to Emefiele. EFCC counsel Rotimi Oyedepo San, who brought the application for the orders in his suite, marked FHCL MISC/500/200, argued that the assets were obtained through fraudulent activities. Justice Aluko, after granting an interim forfeiture order, directed the EFCC to publish the same in a national newspaper and gave 14 days for anyone who has an interest in the funds and the assets to appear in court to show cause why they should not be permanently forfeited to the federal government. This comes as the case has been adjourned to September 5th, 2024 for further hearing. The National Judicial Council, NJC, has constituted 4 probe panels to investigate 27 High Court judges in the country over alleged judicial misconduct. This is contained in a statement issued by the NJC Director of Information, Soji Oye, on Friday in Abuja. Oye said that the remaining 18 petitions were discountenanced for lacking in merit, abandoned, or being subject justice. The Council at its 106th meeting, presided over by the outgoing Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Olukayode Ariwola, considered the report of its Preliminary Complaints Assessment Committee on 22 petitions written against 27 judicial officers of the federal and state high courts. Based on the report of the Preliminary Committee, the Council paneled 4 committees to investigate allegations in the petition that were found meritorious. Oyo said the Council also issued a letter of advice to Justice O.M. Olagunju of Oyo State High Court to be circumspect as a judicial officer before acting, even in the most challenging situation. Olagunju was said to have used uncouth language in a letter addressed to the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Olagunju was said to have used uncouth language in a letter addressed to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, challenging Council's decision and its policy direction on appointment of the President Court of the Customary Court of Appeal, Oyo State. He noted that the NJC placed 5 judges on its pre-sanction watch list register for poor performance and will be recommended to the Council for appropriate sanction if they do not improve on their performance. Members of the Council in return eulogized the outgoing CJN and chairman, one after the other, and wished him good health in retirement. The Bauchi State High Court has constituted 3 petition tribunals and an appeal panel to treat cases on the August 17 local government council's election. The Bauchi State Independent Electoral Commission has fixed August 17 for election into the 20 local government councils of the state. The Chief Registrar of Bauchi State High Court, Hajiab Abubakar, stated this at a news conference on Friday in Bauchi. She said the State Chief Judge, Justice Rabi Omar, has sworn in the chairman and members of the petition tribunals as well as the appeal panel on August 12. Abubakar said the action was in tandem with the provisions of the Bauchi State Electoral Law 2008, which empowered the Chief Judge to carry out the task. According to Abubakar, the tribunal will commence sitting on August 19, adding that the court would have 3 centers at Bauchi, Ningi, and Azare. She said the tribunals will be headed by Magistrate Garuba Kundak for Bauchi North Senatorial Zone, Magistrate Ismail Adam, Bauchi Central Senatorial Zone, and Magistrate Safiya Salihu, Bauchi South Senatorial, while the appeal panel will be headed by Justice Mohammed Sambo. Life and Peace Development Organization, a non-governmental organization NGO, has called for effective procurement plans of local government councils to ensure better service delivery. The Executive Director, Life and Peace Development Organization, Franklin Olonuji, made this known on Friday in Akure during a 2-day workshop to review the status of implementation of developed procurement plans for local governments. Olonuji, who explained that the workshop was supported by Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, said that the training was to teach, help to set up an attendance board, and work with local government areas to set up a procurement plan. According to him, the aim is to ensure that local governments are in control and have a seamless procurement process. In his opening remarks, The Permanent Secretary, Ondo State Local Government Service Commission, Bayo Ilawole, urged local governments to follow the procurement plan for efficient and effective use of government resources. According to him, there is the need for us to put a system in place that will expose corrupt practices. Anambra State Commissioner for Youth Development, Patrick Agamba, and his wife have been kidnapped. Sources said that an aide of the commissioner, whose name was given as Baji ABK Ofia, an Onitsha youth and a stalwart of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, who was traveling with them, was shot dead by the kidnappers. According to reports, they were on their way to Abuja for the wedding of Governor Chukwuma Soludo's daughter, taking place on Saturday, August 17th, when they were kidnapped at the Kogi axis of the route. Confirming the incident, the press secretary to Governor Soludo, Christian Aborimi, said the government was yet to find out the exact location where the incident happened, as Ubiaja, Edo State, was mentioned, as well as Kogi State. The managing director, Aba Power Electricity Company, ENUGU Opiegbe, says the firm is making progress in its effort to address the electricity challenges in Aba City. Opiegbe, who made the expression in a statement in Aba on Friday, said the current power outage in the city was caused by a gas shortage and acts of vandalism. He further said that the recent damage on the transmission company of Nigeria facility added to prolong the outage. Opiegbe said that the company was aware of the pain and frustration the recent power situation had caused customers and were sincerely sorry for the inconveniences. The ENUGU state government says it has taken necessary measures to ensure improved food production in the state and guarantee food security. The State Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Patrick Ubru, gave the assurance when he featured on the breakfast show on Signature TV, Signature Morning. Ubru attributed the high cost of foodstuff and spiraling inflation in the country to the neglect of agriculture and focus on oil money. He advised all Nigerians to have a change of heart and return to the farm as one way of growing their country's economy and ensuring the general well-being of all citizens.
We began to focus on oil and left the real sector, which is agricultural sector. You understand? And come to talk about agriculture. Agriculture is as important as life. And that's what God has blessed Nigeria with. You understand? You rightly noted. We have the best of soils. We have the best of climates. We have the best of vegetation. We have, in terms of landmass, we are richly blessed by God. Yeah, the water bodies, we are blessed by God. So we don't need to lack anything in terms of agriculture. Before 1970, Nigeria is the greatest, producer of agricultural product of various types. Look at the great granite pyramid. Talk about the yam from the Benue and part of Enugu State. And all products from agriculture. So what we should say, where did we get it wrong? Granted, yes, it's lack of managerial capacity, and government after government tried to bring back the glory of Nigeria in terms of agriculture. But what we're not talking about, we're talking about government of today. Bring it down to Enugu State, the government of His Excellency Peter Ndubuisemba, and his focus on agriculture, his vision on agriculture, the importance he attached to agriculture, what he has done, what he has achieved within 1 year, and the policies that he put in place, initiatives on board, which is now making wave, you understand, which also have awakened the Enugu people. But we have woken up to doing well. We now have we have leadership in place now to making us do well in terms of agriculture. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because this government of Peter Ndubuisemba is not here to begin to cast blame or begin to look at what others have done wrong. We're looking at what can we do to change the tide? What can we do to go back and surpass where we are supposed to be in terms of agriculture? And our people have come back to farm. Our people are now eager because they trust the government of the day. They now believe that whatever government say they are going to do, they are actually going to do it. And that's what's happening. You understand? You are in Enugu. You saw what happened last Thursday, on the 8th of August. You saw what happened. It has never happened where the government of the day is spending about 4.6 billion in distribution of farm inputs, machineries, and other social interventions to the people of Enugu. That's the promise His Excellency made during the campaign, and that's keeping to his word. You understand? And more is yet to come. So if you look at it also, you see that our approach, is also systematic. If you go to Ikemukwo today, that particular location, criminals, where kidnappers used previously as a domain where they collect ransom, that place has been cleared. That place has been deforested. You understand? That place has been replaced.
Government is to begin the enforcement and full implementation of the anti-noise pollution policy in the state from 15 September this year. This was announced by the executive chairman of the ENUGU Capital Development Authority, Uche Anya, a stakeholder meeting held at the conference room of the State Secretariat in ENUGU. Correspondent David Okoro reports.
The executive chairman of Enugu Capital Development Authority, Uche Anya, stated that the major reason for the implementation of the zero noise pollution policy, which will take full effect in September 2024, is to reduce the public health hazard caused by noise and make the state a truly modern society.
We want a city where our master plan, the zoning, is respected. If we say a place is residential, it's residential. We don't want people putting up nightclubs that starts making noise from 4 p.m. to 6 a.m. every day. And in today's world, we want our city to compete with the best run cities of the world. That is what we are out to do.
Anya stated that government does not give noise permits as suggested by some stakeholders at the event. The government, he added, will not allow churches, mosques, clubs, and bars to operate near residential areas without acoustic booths, warning that such places will be demolished by government.
We do not give noise permits. The government of any state will not give noise permits. And if there was any such thing as noise permit, it's nullified. It doesn't exist. You cannot put up a church in a residential neighborhood. If it has been existing, we will not allow that. We will shut them down.
Some of the participants who spoke at the event appreciated the state government for carrying them along and promised to key into the initiative.
We are made to know that as Muslims, it is our duty to regulate the sound within our prayer premises so that we will not encroach into the rights and the peace of our neighbors. And that we have adhered to that in Enugu State. So our sounds are always regulated. That is the point I want to make here. And we don't take longer duration to say our prayer. And I hope we are within the law.
It's a good one in the sense that nobody would like to live in a noisy environment because of our health and sanity. So it's something that we, the church, subscribe to.
This is really how it should be. We should be able to come together, exchange ideas on how to make life better for us, make our city more livable, and make our city more functional, working for the good of all of us.
What the Enugu state government is presently doing is in the interest of the people who want to get it right. And what is happening today is like, come, let us reason together. We quarrel because we cannot argue. But when we sit down together and discuss these issues, we have to get it right. And when we get it right, it will be in our own interest.
The Enugu Capital Development Authority says it has received several petitions about the nuisance caused by noise pollution in the state. The extent to which the authority will be able to enforce the control measure will be seen in the next 1 month. In Enugu, David Okoro, Signature TV News.
The Labour Party candidate for Iweze and Udenu Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Dennis Abu, says his recent victory at the election tribunal that gave him victory has renewed his hope in democracy. Speaking in an exclusive interview with Signature TV, Abu said he decided to go through the entire legal tussle to reclaim his mandate, saying that anything less will be tantamount to mortgaging the mandate of the people. He said he does not expect any challenge to his renewed mandate and expressed optimism that any such legal action will be in his favor.
For me, I have found out that if we have to repair our society, it will take some of this work. Okay? For my election to just become a candidate, I went to the court 7 times. I went to the Supreme Court 2 times. I went to the appeal court, this appeal court they are talking about, I went there 2 times. I went to the High Court 3 times. That's how many times and I won all those 7 cases, back to back. Okay, because I will, like I said, I will not take what does not belong to me. But if you want to take what belongs to me, I will fight for it. So if they decide to go on appeal, I'll go and meet them. One thing is true. I will not even go to a family meeting, not to talk of a court if I lost an election. I won't even complain to a neighbor. I will walk away. But if I have won an election and there's a threat to take that mandate, I will fight it with everything that I've got because my people.
Abu, who enumerated the achievements he recorded during his stay in the Green Chamber between June and November last year, promised to do more following his return to the House. He assured that his representation would transcend political and any other affiliations as his priority remains to give quality service to his constituents and the entire humanity.
I'm going to represent everybody, and my people know that I represent everybody. Some people say this is a game, and I don't like this kind. I don't like playing the politics in this kind of way. So we want to, clean up our mandate, confirm our mandate, affirm our mandate. But after that, we go to work. Our people know that I work for them. They know that this 1 year they have lost a lot. I was inaugurated into the National Assembly in June last year. And by November, when I left my seat in the National Assembly for all these troubles, I had constructed 2 classroom blocks, started from foundation and finished it. One in Oda, one in Umobego. Then the other one again, the next community now came and said, okay, we have a dormitory. The students don't live in dormitories again. We want to use that dormitory for an examination hall. So to convert that dormitory, we had to pull it down because it was even descriptive. We pulled it down, reconstructed a brand new examination hall. It was also finished, done with, painted, tiled, sealed, finished. Before that November. Before that November, another community called Umagwedeg, they came that they have made some community efforts to do rural education for themselves. And I say, how far have you gone? They say, okay, they are just looking for a transformer. I purchased a transformer for them with which they were able to complete their rural education project in Umagwedeg. The same thing happened at Umadonowo. And so on and so forth. So those 5 projects, the 2 classroom blocks, the 2 electricity projects, and the solar street light project, all of them were completed within 5 months.
Still to come, Edo State recruits 5,500 teachers to boost teaching and learning. China congratulates Petongtan Shinawatra on her election as the Thailand PM-FM spokesperson. Stay with us. The Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission, ANSEC, says the September 28 Local Government Council Chairman and Ward Councillors election will hold as scheduled. Chairman Mrs. Genevieve Osakwe, who spoke at a stakeholders meeting in Oka, called on political parties in the state to commence canvassing for votes while assuring that the exercise will be free, fair, and credible. Osakwe said the electoral body had considered the security situation in various parts of the state and assured the political parties that the election would hold in all the 326 electoral wards and that the results will be collated, counted, and announced from all the electoral wards. On allegation of pre-written election results, she said the Commission's duty was to conduct elections while urging political parties to ensure that they field candidates and ensure the electorate voted. The meeting, which was for chairmen and secretaries of political parties, traditional rulers, president generals of communities, clergy and security agencies, was attended by only the All Progressive Grand Alliance and Action Alliance parties. The Center for Credible Leadership and Citizens Awareness, CCLAC, says that it would work towards visa restrictions against politicians who compromise the integrity of September 21st Edo governorship election. The Director General of CCLCA, a coalition of civil society organizations, CSOs, Dr. Gabriel Wambu, said this at a news conference on Friday in Abuja. Wambo is also the convener of Civil Society Roundtable on a dual governorship election for INEC accredited observers organizations. Wambo said INEC's commitment to fairness and transparency in the electoral process is a fundamental right. He urged observers and potential voters to resist any attempt by any individual or group of individuals to use them compromise the integrity of the election. He called on the judiciary to pay special attention to political situation in Edo as it unfolds. The DG called on the network providers to ensure uninterrupted service throughout the duration of the election. Also speaking, Chief's Executive Officer, Organization of Justice for Equity Sustenance, Bafun Shotunde, urged registered voters to collect their voters' card from designated points. Bafinsho called on electorate to turn out en masse to vote because INEC and the security agencies say they are putting everything in order to ensure a peaceful exercise. The Edo State government has completed the recruitment of 5,500 teachers to enhance teaching and learning in the state's basic schools. The chair, Edo State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB, Al-Sazive Salami, disclosed this on Friday in Benin during a press conference. Salami said the recruitment was part of the strategy to address the teacher shortage in primary and junior secondary schools. According to her, the recruitment process was rigorous, with 19,931 applications received and 16,038 selected for computer-based tests and interviews. Salami said that Governor Obaseki's commitment to education reform, popularly known as Edo Best, had positioned the state as a leader in Nigeria with a focus on improving learning outcomes for approximately 400,000 children. She described the recruitment exercise of 5,500 teachers as a significant step towards achieving the goals. The newly recruited teachers, she said, have been deployed to schools across the state based on the observed gap, to ensure every child has access to high-quality education. Young Nigerian pharmacists have been tasked to find solutions to many debilitating illnesses plaguing the world through intensive research and commitment. The Registrar of Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, Ibrahim Ahmed, gave the charge at the 13th induction and oath-taking ceremony of the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Agolo campus. The report by our Oka Bureau Chief Ndo Baleze is read in our studio.
The registrar, who was represented by Ifeyinwa Oheri, a pharmacist, charged the inductees to acquaint themselves with the code of professional ethics and relate well with other professionals wherever they ply their trade. He recalled that the indigenous pharmaceutical industries came in handy during COVID-19 when foreign countries could not export drugs to Nigeria.
The council frowns at professional misconduct in its entirety. You are advised to refrain from any act of misconduct, as this will be treated with all the seriousness it deserves. Kindly note that the PCN Act have provided for establishment of investigative panel as well as disciplinary tribunal. We all know that if a doctor makes a mistake, it's very likely just one person will die. But if a pharmacist makes a mistake, whether in compounding or manufacturing, and the product gets out of the facility, before being recalled, we may have lost a lot of people. So it is very important that you pay serious attention to what you do.
The keynote speaker, Professor Kenneth Kalu, who spoke on the theme Brain Drain and Young Nigerian Graduates, Immediate and Long-Term Implications, said it was unfair to blame the young professionals for seeking greener pastures abroad when the nation's leaders have failed to provide them with good working and living environments. Professor Kalu, who is the secretary to the Abia State government, said there was an urgent need to re-evaluate the nation's reward system so as to encourage young professionals. He said no effort should be spared to ensure the strengthening of the purchasing power of the naira and improving the country's security architecture.
According to the UK Immigration Service, 13,609 Nigerian trained healthcare professionals were granted work visas in the country in 2021. Beyond the UK, tens of thousands of doctors, of nurses, of pharmacists like you, and other healthcare professionals trained in Nigeria are currently in active practice in other developed countries, especially the United States, Canada, the EU, Britain, and other countries in the Gulf region, including Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates. Pharmacists are also not part of this massive force. According to the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, an estimated 7,000 pharmacists left the country between 2021 and 2023 in search of greener pastures and access. My estimation is that between 2023 and now, hundreds, if not thousands, of pharmacists trained in the country, mainly also from this faculty where we are today, must have transferred their skills and vision to several other foreign countries. So I do not think we need a long lecture on why thousands of medical professionals trained in the country are in their mind to leave. No, you already know the answers. Okay? These young and middle-aged professionals are leading to places where they are better rewarded, where the economy is better, where the currency has stable value, where the politics is stable, where they do not have to live in the virtual field of affairs like all other criminals, and where they can grow in their chosen career. So to cut a long story short, these mostly young professionals are leading to places that offer them the things that they desire from Nigeria.
Labour Party flag bearer in the 2021 Anambra State gubernatorial polls, Valentine Ozigbo, in a remark on the occasion, expressed the hope that Nigeria would in the near future evolve measures to check the high incidence of brain drain and encourage the influx of foreigners into the country.
And some of us are staying back to fight so that tomorrow, maybe it will be the white people that will bring the Jaguar into Nigeria. This is our pledge, our promise. Kenneth, thank you for this. When he got this job as SSG, I was one of those he consulted with. Should I leave what I'm doing in Canada to come to us? You have the option to come here and contribute. I'm so proud of what he and his governor and associates are doing in Abia State. We are very, very proud.
The Dean Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Agolo Campus, Professor Chibeze Ihekworome, said the faculty plans to establish a community pharmacy service within the school to provide Agolo and nearby communities with genuine drugs. He announced the intention of the university to provide a solar light project that will serve the university campus as the cost of diesel is getting out of hand.
This solar power project. The cost of energy today is so huge that our IGR and the boundary sums we receive from the government fade into insignificance. To achieve this solar power project, we have segmented the energy needs into 7 different portions. The total cost is 62 million. Each segment has an average cost of 8.8 million. I use this opportunity to call on all present, friends and stakeholders to partner with us to make this vision a reality.
The chairman on the occasion and Southeast Zonal leader of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Adachukwu Dozie, congratulated the young graduates for successfully completing their programs.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State on Friday inaugurated 170 units of apartments delivered by the Aboyi-Ketu Local Council Development Area (LCDA). Speaking at the inauguration, Sanwo-Olu, who commended Dele Oshinowo, the council chairman, for turning liability into asset, said the state government had created an enabling environment for local governments and private sectors to thrive. Describing the locations of the two estates as hitherto a den of criminals, Sanwo-Olu said that Oshinowo had keyed into President Bola Tinubu's Renewing Hope housing solutions across the state. Sanwo-Olu, who expressed his commitment to encouraging and supporting grassroots governance, said that his administration had handed over numerous housing projects across the state. Also speaking, Senator Tokunbo Abiru, representing Lagos East, commended the state governor for giving the LCDA chairman and private sector the necessary support towards actualizing the dream of providing affordable housing for the people at the grassroots. Applauding Oshinowo's ingenuity, creativity, and innovation towards improving lives of the people at the grassroots, Abiru said that other local government area chairmen must take a cue from the council boss. The chairman of Independent Corrupt Practice and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, Dr. Musa Aliyu San, has urged workers of the Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto, UDUS, to be models of integrity in the institution's anti-corruption drives. Aliyu gave the charge at the inauguration of Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, of the university on Friday in Sokoto. The chairman, who was represented by resident ICPC commissioner in charge of Sokoto, Kebbi, and Zamfara states, Garuba Tuko Idris, stressed the needs to sustain the corruption-free achievements enshrined in the university. He commended the acting vice-chancellor, Professor Garuba Mahuta, for his commitment and steadfastness, which ensured that the ACTU performed effectively. He attributed the rising level of corruption in public offices to community pressure and expectation of people in the country. He enjoined the ACTU members to live up to the expectations and sustain the achievements recorded by the previous members. According to him, ACTU is under the supervision of the Chief Executive Officer, adding that they are considered to be on the same page with the ICPC in the fight against corruption. Responding, the acting vice-chancellor, Professor Mahuta, commended ICPC for the support and encouragement that ensures sanity and prudence in all dealings within and outside the hospital. Mahuta, who was represented by Professor Tuko Umar, pledged to sponsor some hospital staff for training at ICPC Academy in order to strengthen their capacity and improve effective services against corruption in the hospital. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, ECET office, has sealed 4 filling stations and 2 gas stations for non-renewal of licenses and poor housekeeping in the Akwa Ibom state. The coordinator of the authority, Ikechukwu Eseka, disclosed this to newsmen during a routine surveillance of petrol stations in Uyo on Friday. Eseka said that the filling stations were sealed in Uyo, the state capital. He warned marketers against under-dispensing, hoardings, or diverting of petroleum products. Eseka said the authority was also carrying surveillance for housekeeping to ensure that the facilities were up to standard in the state. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Friday said for parties to the conflict in the Gaza to provide concrete assurances guaranteeing humanitarian pauses in order for a polio vaccine campaign to be conducted. Guterres, speaking to reporters at the United Nations, appealed for assurances to be provided right of way, as he warned that preventing and containing the spread of polio in the enclave would take a massive, coordinated and urgent effort.
Gaza is in a humanitarian freefall. Just when it seems the situation could not get worse for Palestinians in Gaza, the suffering grows and the world watches. In recent weeks, the polio virus has been detected in wastewater samples in Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah. That means the virus is now circulated with hundreds of thousands of children in Gaza at risk. Polio does not care about dividing lines, and polio does not wait. Preventing and containing the spread of polio will take a massive, coordinated and urgent effort. The United Nations is poised to launch a vital polio vaccine campaign in Gaza for more than 340,000 children under the age of 10.
Gaza's health ministry declared a polio epidemic in the Palestinian enclave last month, blaming Israel's ongoing military offensive. A senior Western official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said they understood there was at least one confirmed case and 2 suspected ones among Palestinians in the enclave, adding that there might not be a single humanitarian pause, but multiple shorter ones. Children under 5 are most at risk from the viral disease, and especially infants under 2, since normal vaccination campaigns have been disrupted by 10 months of conflict. Without proper health services, the population of Gaza is particularly vulnerable to outbreaks of disease, public health officials and aid groups say. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said on Friday that China has congratulated Paetongtarn Shinawatra on her election as the Prime Minister of Thailand. The spokesperson made the remarks when asked to comment on leader of the Pheu Thai Party, Paetongtarn Shinawatra, having been elected the 31st Prime Minister of Thailand on the same day. The spokesperson said that China believes the people of Thailand will make new and greater achievements on the development path suited to Thailand national conditions. Noting China and Thailand are close and friendly neighbors, and next year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the bilateral diplomatic ties. The spokesperson said it will bring new historic opportunities for the growth of bilateral relations. China stands ready to work with Thailand to carry forward the tradition of friendship, step up strategic communication, deepen practical cooperation, and deliver more progress in building the China-Thailand community with a shared future, the spokesperson said. The parliament vote came 2 days after a court ruled dismissal of the then Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin in an ethics violation case. Ukraine's army chief Alexander Syrsky said on Friday that Kyiv's forces were advancing between 1 and 3 kilometers in some areas in Russia's Kursk region. Ukraine has said it has taken control of 82 settlements over an area of 1,150 square kilometers, 444 square miles, in the region after it launched a major cross-border attack on August 6th. Briefing President Volodymyr Zelensky via video link, Syrsky reported fighting in the area of Malaya Lokia, some 11.5 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. He said he hoped the fighting near Malaya Lokia would allow the Kyiv's military to capture many prisoners. Ukrainian officials reported that hundreds of Russian troops had been taken prisoners during the incursion, expressing hope it would speed up the swapping of Ukrainian fighters held in Russian captivity. Syrsky added that intense fighting continued in Ukraine's front line in the east, in particular in Toretsk and the strategic hub of Pokrovsk areas. Up ahead, Egypt's foreign minister says immediate ceasefire needed in Lebanon. Super Falcons retain 36 spots globally, remain first in Africa. Details and more after the break. Members from various Bangladeshi indigenous communities gathered in Dhaka on Friday to celebrate the newly formed interim government and voice long-standing demands for constitutional recognition and rights. A student and rally attendee, Mavi Martha, says they gathered to support the interim government of Bangladesh and also to demand being named as indigenous people. Nobel Peace Laureate Mohammed Yunus took charge of Bangladesh caretaker government last week, hoping to help heal the country that was convulsed by weeks of violence, forcing Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to quit and flee to neighboring India. Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abatre met on Friday with Lebanese officials during a visit to Lebanon, and border hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel turned into an all-out war. Tensions have soared in the region in recent weeks after a deadly rocket strike in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights that Israel blamed on Hezbollah. Israel responded with the killing of a top Hezbollah commander in the suburbs of Beirut. Hezbollah has also vowed to retaliate against Israel, as has Iran, for the killing in Tehran of the political chief of the Palestinian Hamas group, Ismail Haniyeh. Speaking in a joint press conference with his Lebanese counterpart, Abdallah Abu Habib, at the end of his visit, Abdelati said Egypt will continue its effort to reach a ceasefire deal. Gaza's ceasefire talks in Doha were paused on Friday, with negotiators set to meet again next week in search of an agreement to end fighting between Israel and Hamas and free remaining hostages, mediators said. In a joint statement, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt said Washington had presented a new proposal that built on point of agreement over the past week, closing gaps between the sides in a way that could allow rapid implementation of a deal. China and Cambodia should stay committed to developing their friendship and following the path of solidarity and win-win cooperation, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said in Chiang Mai, Thailand. The more complicated the external environment is, the more essential it is for the two countries to manage their own affairs well, said Wang. Also a member of the Political Bureau of Communist Party of China, CPC, Central Committee, in a meeting with Cambodian Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sokchenda Sophia, noting that China always places its relations with Cambodia at a special position in its neighborhood diplomacy. Wang said China is willing to take the implementation of the new action plan for building a China-Cambodia community with a shared future as an opportunity to intensify high-level exchanges, deepen practical cooperation, consolidate security operation, and strengthen people-to-people and cultural exchanges, so as to push for high-quality development of their comprehensive strategic cooperation and bring more benefits to the two peoples. The law enforcement and security authorities of China and Cambodia have jointly cracked down on cross-border crimes and achieved good results, Wang said, urging both sides to continue to step up efforts to thoroughly eradicate the breeding ground for gambling and fraudulent forces. Chenda Sophia said Cambodian King Norodom Sihamoni is currently visiting northwest China's Xinjiang Autonomous Region, expressing appreciation for China's thoughtful arrangement. A funeral procession was held on Friday in the occupied West Bank for a Palestinian man killed by Israeli settlers in the village of Jit, the latest in a series of attacks by violent settlers in the West Bank. Dozens of Israeli settlers, some wearing masks, attacked the Palestinian village of Jit near the city of Kalkilidia in an occupied West Bank, burning cars and killing at least one person, authorities said on Thursday. The Palestinian Health Ministry said one Palestinian was killed and another critically wounded by Israeli settlers' gunfire. The Israeli military said police and army units intervened and arrested one Israeli. It condemned the incident, which it said diverted security forces from other responsibilities. Palestinians regularly accuse Israeli security forces of standing by and allowing groups of violent settlers to attack their houses and villages, and the incidents have attracted increasing concern internationally. Nigeria's senior women's football team, the Super Falcons, have retained their 36th position in the latest global ranking by the Federation of International Football Association, FIFA. The Falcons also maintained their position as the top-ranked women's football team in Africa, according to the ranking released on Friday. The ranking follows their disappointing performance at the recently concluded Women's Summer Olympics football event in Paris, France. The Falcons failed to progress to the quarterfinals after suffering 3 consecutive defeats, losing 1-0 to Brazil and Spain, and a heavy 3-1 defeat to Japan, finishing at the bottom of Group C. Following Nigeria in the African ranking are South Africa 50th, Morocco 59th, Zambia 62nd, and Ghana 66th. The top 10 women's football teams in the world, according to the latest FIFA ranking, are United States of America, England, Spain, Germany, Sweden, Canada, Japan, Brazil, Korea, DPR, France. Atletico Madrid unveiled on Friday Argentine forward Julian Alvarez from Premier League side Manchester City on a 6-year contract. Financial details about the transfer were not disclosed by either club, but British media reported that the deal was worth around $82 million plus potential add-ons. The 24-year-old Argentina international's exit marks a record sale price for City, eclipsing the £50 million Chelsea paid for wingers Raheem Sterling in 2022. Alvarez joined City from Argentina's club River Plate in 2022 for £14 million and scored 36 goals in 103 appearances for manager Pep Guardiola's side. He won the Premier League twice and the Champions League, FA Cup, Super Cup, and Club World Cup once each, and also won the 2022 World Cup with Argentina and the Copa America earlier this year. Atletico manager Diego Simeone had been on the lookout for a centre forward since Alvaro Morata's forward move to AC Milan last month. And that's the news this hour. I am Chomalina Jean. Thanks for watching.
very good morning to you and welcome to New Day on Signature Television, your go-to program for deep insights and fresh perspectives concerning narrative across Nigeria and beyond. And of course, I am Chigi Chiagorom, and with me is
Joshua Oritomi.
How are you, Josh?
I'm doing well.
Are you feeling jiggy?
Not really, but I'll be fine. How about you?
I'm good, I'm fab, I'm wonderful.
You look amazing as always.
Oh, thank you
Stop
so
it.
much. All right, so we will be bringing you interesting topics, including brain drain in the healthcare sector and issues about youth restiveness. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. And when we come back, we will be taking you through our newspaper headlines and reviews.
Why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high in Nigeria? It has to do with the social contract, the failure on the part of government, to fulfill its own part. Okay, a situation where individuals or firms provide virtually everything they need that the government ought to have provided. Okay, things like power, for example. If you're a small business, you have to bother about power. You get a generator. Water. You provide your own water. You provide your own security. At some point, you have to also help to do the road to your office and so on. So when you look at all these things, it does not encourage people to voluntarily say they want to pay tax, because on the part of government, they also feel the government is slacking. Government is not meeting its own responsibility. So that is the failure of the social contract, that has been with us.
Welcome back. This is still New Day, and we will be going straight to the newspaper headlines. With us in the studio is Chris Maduka to discuss as well the headlines we have today. And we will be starting with the Saturday Tribune. Just below the mass, Chinese firm releases one presidential jet for Tinubu's meeting with French president.
And right above the Saturday Tribune, two stories actually. One will be referendum is best way to get genuine people's constitution, says ex-governor Fayose. And police arrest suspects for murder, trading in fresh human parts in Ibadan market.
And on page 4, we have gunmen abduct 20 medical students in Benue. The writer has it as Anambra commissioner, wife kidnapped on way to Abuja.
Oh. Claim that I am Igbo makes me laugh, coming from former President Olusegun Obasanjo. And finally, on Saturday Tribune, local government polls, Osun PDP holds primary today.
Moving over to Saturday Punch, we have being bullied online doesn't bother me, says Sheilo.
Okay, and right just below the mast on Saturday Point, federal government threatens to withdraw fuel marketers' licenses over hoarding.
Nigerian police detained, brutalized. Sorry, let me take that again. Nigerian police detained, brutalized our top officials, alleges Chinese firm.
Okay, and still on Saturday Punch, shock as videos. Photos link gun runner to government officials.
And on page 28, I did not expect to become UK Lord Mayor, says Nigerian senator's wife, Katung.
And finally, on Saturday Punch, unending controversies surround lawmakers' jumbo pay.
Moving over to the Saturday Times, just above the mast, Tinubu returns from Equatorial Guinea, launches key healthcare initiative.
And still above the mast on the Saturday Times, Jonathan, the only Nigerian president that has shown interest in Nollywood, coming from Adim Williams.
And just below the mast now, 90 billion naira Hajj fraud allegation. More arrests as EFCC grants NAH Con boss bail after 3 nights. Rider says to report for interrogation every Monday.
And just above that report, poor pension. Retired federal directors cry out against PENCOM and PFAs.
And on a very tragic one, Lagos woman caught stepchildren with hot knife, hide them in apartment.
On the right side of the Saturday Times, my struggles with substance abuse, coming from Jaruma.
An Anambra commissioner, wife kidnapped, aide killed en route to Abuja for wedding.
And finally, on the Saturday Times, Secondus Omehia Opara can attend PDP meetings according to court.
And moving over to this day, just below the mast, the Southeast governors seek to combat youth unemployment with empowerment initiatives.
Above the mast, Rwani, after protests, federal government responding quickly to negative economic development, with a rider that says government making changes where necessary.
Chinese firm releases one of 3 presidential jets in dispute with Ogun State.
And finally, on this day, Tinubu launches healthcare expansion program.
Moving over to Saturday Vanguard, we've released 1 presidential jet to Tinubu, says Chinese firm, says it's ready to negotiate with Nigeria.
Still above the radar, on Saturday Vanguard, let's focus on development, not tribe or zone, coming from Apata on Edo gubernatorial elections.
21 million jumbo allowances. Federal lawmakers should be persecuted, says Nigerians as a whole. The rider has it as says the allowances scandalous. They are insensitive to the hardship in Nigeria. No positive impact of their law on lives of people.
Why Tinubu can't sack Umar, CCT chairman, by press statement, says stakeholders.
And on the health, we have 15-year-old wins top honors for skin cancer breakthrough.
Interesting. Marijuana smokers probe to head. I take that again. Marijuana smokers prone to head and neck cancer, says study.
Moving over to the Weekend Trust. How a mismanaged deal is scorned the nation Saturday. Chinese firm releases 1 aircraft as outrage grows over seizure.
Above the mast, it says, alleged misconduct. 27 judges face NJC probe with riders. 5 on pre-sanction watch. Pre-sanction watch list. Body discards petition against Justice Dongam, Mesem, and others.
FAC disburses 1.358 trillion naira in July 2024 Federation account revenue. Federal government gets 431 billion naira, state 473 billion, and local government gets 343 billion.
And on the foreign scene, U.S. court slams 3 life sentences, 76 years imprisonment on Nigerian accused of rape. That will be found on page 11.
And on page 13, intimacy expert hassling religious leaders among my clients.
Oh. And finally, INEC, no discrepancies in 2023 presidential election results.
And on the Saturday Independent, just below the masts, financial autonomy, why Supreme Court must enforce compliance on functions of local governments.
And 3 interesting stories right above the Saturday Independent mast. Fan goes tough on touts, plans magistrate court at airports, and police finally arrest wanted cultist in Lagos. Lungu boy, why every artist is entitled to his art.
ADC kicks against Soludu's September 28 council polls.
Reasons Nigeria's tax policy will continue to be in doldrums, coming from Captain Colcrick.
And for the how many times, the nth time now, Chinese firm releases Nigerian seized presidential jet.
And finally on Saturday Independent, coming from Biodun Stephen, at some locations, Yahoo boys are treated with more dignity than filmmakers.
And that is that on the newspaper headlines. We will be going straight to the newspaper review. And Chris is in the studio here with us.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Choma. I mean, is it Choma now?
Just Christemi.
Wow.
Good morning, Chiki.
Good morning, Chris.
Maybe it's the C factor.
No, don't worry. I didn't sleep to wake up with Choma in my mind. It was just a slip of tongue.
Yeah.
And that's it. Another day, new day, bright and early.
Yeah,
yes. And I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. And you know what we always say?
Yeah.
With new days come new ideas.
So well, that's it. In Nigeria,
don't succeed,
new headlines, the 1 week, one trouble.
Yeah.
1 week, one trouble.
Well, I think it's just be fair to start with what has been on almost all the newspaper, if not all the newspaper headlines. Chinese firm releases 1 private jet for Tinubu's meeting with French president.
Yes, so that our president can fly and go and hold meeting.
Yes, so
the country, they're telling us that, they're saying if not for that,
he can't fly.
Because they know.
Is the meeting an arbitration? Is it in connection to the seizure?
Evidently, the court in France,
in
Paris, sat in your territory and gave orders for 3 Nigerian presidential jets
not 2,
to be seized. 3. And you think the France president is not going to have some things directly or indirectly to do with it. So it's good that our president, they've been so much benevolent to allow him fly to Paris to sit and talk with the president of France. But let me be very frank. We said it yesterday here. This is the highest insult I've felt as a Nigerian. It means if this can happen to presidential jets, just imagine what will happen to private jets.
Yeah.
Of course, we have private jets. Not to talk about people like us, because this will tell you the kind of people we are dealing with, are the Chinese. Just imagine what some people who are Nigerians, who have had one slight thing with their laws, are facing. Sometimes there are leaked information on WhatsApp, and it's not unconfirmed though, that if you see what Nigerians go through in prison, there was a time during COVID times, there were a lot of images on the screen where they are treating Nigerians like common criminals in their streets in China. And then, I don't know how to say this, but if they have the guts, just a Chinese firm Not you're not talking about the government of China.
But Mr. Chris, what are some of the things that led to this build-up?
The build-up is that you have a country where nothing matters. You just see small issue that when you solve it now, you curb it, and we people will sit down.
Was it like a debt issue or
it is
a legal
simple
issue?
Debt issue? There is a business, over loans collected by Ogun State government, guaranteed by Ministry of Health, because Ministry of Finance, because those are the people who guarantee all foreign loans and all those dealings with that in that level. They guarantee it. Because that's only where the foreign government, any organization that is from another country can deal with. So if Ogun State government has entered into a deal, signed contract, and some of the Chinese contracts are written in Chinese languages. I don't know how many languages there, which one is official. It's funny. There was an issue doing Amechi as the minister of Amechi, Rotimi Amechi, used to be minister of one ministry in Nigeria. Yes. And it was one when they were signing of this Minister of Transport, I think, of building railroad lines across. There's certain contract you find from China. If you did not take 6 months to study it, you commit yourself to blunder. You will assign out your life. Because they write in the official language, they speak in official language, and they get you what they call this translator.
Translator.
We have not gotten to that. You know what that means? Some small clauses written in Guangdong or in any of these languages
Mandarin.
Can commit a great nation like Nigeria to something that because they know we don't care. We don't read below the lines. We don't care to look for details. They see us as, once there's money, the person who is in there to sign contract on behalf of Nigeria might actually be looking at the figures. Where he's home, Josh, the way you're feeling, it's like you understand what I'm talking about.
I don't.
So they will do it in such a way that they don't care about a great nation like Nigeria. So because of our attitudes, we have reduced the giant of Africa to the ant.
Of Africa.
The ant. It's not, you can be an ant of Africa. Yes. You can be ant of your own country. And we have reduced from being giant of Africa and even being looked at that we can even grow beyond that. They've so much reduced us to ant of Nigeria.
I was discussing with Josh, and what makes this thing so big in my mind is I just wondered if it was US with Air Force One, another country having to seize Air Force One, saying that we have issues with America. I mean, it's unthinkable. It's
let's seize Air Force One, seize Air Force Two, and seize Air Force Three.
Exactly where I was pointing out.
So that will tell you the guts they have. And that will there are certain things you do. If somebody enter your house, come flog your children. Before your wife come and say, why are you come flog your wife, join. And your wife doesn't know that you come out, the man carry you, knock for ground, and then all of you go house, we are licking wounds. What you are doing now is licking wounds. The damage has been done. Nigeria has been embarrassed at all levels. And then what is one flying, there is this one aircraft, they fly to France to go and see French president and come back. We are just messing after that. The mark these people want to, they've scored it and they've registered it.
What do you think the implication will be?
The implications are other countries will follow suit. What are they not? If you have any loan issue and money issue that you know those things and they will still warning you. So somebody yesterday said, imagine the process this thing has gone into to force these people to get to this level. It will show you that people who represent us at a certain level of, we have an embassy, a consulate, not even an embassy in France, Nigeria. A consulate, because when you say a country has consulate, it's not an ordinary embassy. Embassy can be one small room. When you say consulate, you have big establishment there where we have registered our presence in France, and this thing was happening. Nobody was saying anything. They went to court. Was it once, twice? For this case of this magnitude, was in as much as the justice there is speeded up. They have a process of making justice move fast to deliver it. And I mean, even if it took 1 month to deliver the and somebody sat and saw where it was going, and they didn't say, let's talk out of court. Government of Nigeria, I said yesterday, could have paid $100 million on the average to these people. Come back, take it in installment from whatever allocation the government of Ogun State or Ondo or will have. As in Ogun State,
Ogun State, yes.
And save us. I mean, if we are fighting outside, we can settle there and say, hey, we come back and say, Chiki, how will we do it? I'll pay this off. Since it's federal government that guaranteed the loan. Embarrassment is much. I don't know what you say. You go up tomorrow, and there's a headline that was saying the Chinese people were claiming they are being brutalized by the Nigerian police.
Yes.
That is double wahala for dead body.
But the police came out to deny it.
What is it? It's still somebody somewhere has seen this. Someone somewhere won't pretend he has not seen. So because they seize their presidential jet now, the Chinese are endangered in their country. You know what that means? This is the time we should be very careful with everything they say. Chai, before you say sneeze. Before you sneeze, just say chai, stay away. Let's handle this until we sort it out. It's beyond me. It's beyond us here. It's at the level this is happening, the view will be clearer to our president and all the presidential aides. Let them they prove their mettle. Not just answer them. Because I quoted with that a lot. We have people who are qualified, they take positions and they go to sleep. And when you advise presidents or people they put you to advise and they are not taking your advice, let somebody summon courage one day to resign these appointments. And they will start sending messages to these people who put you there, and they won't take your advice. Because I've heard in other quarters that some of the advisors of Nigerian governor and government officials do not take the advice. And when you push your luck too much, you are disgraced out of the office or you are rendered impotent financially and otherwise. So it has to be when you accept. Because my people say when you offer to befriend a person living with disability, it becomes your job to carry a person inside and carry down, carry up, carry down. It becomes your job. If you accept to be PASA advisor to any of these people, be willing to know that you have signed either for better for worse. And when it comes to worse and you can't stay with you quit, you divorce. After all, you still permit. Your life does not end there. Because when the whole roof is down, the chips are down. You say, but now in the government, you are part of it, direct and indirect. Or is it because of what we get from it that we say, when these things, one bad apple spoils the bunch. Just look at how Nigeria is smelling like shit. And we are not happy about it. It happens and it keeps happening.
Okay. All right. Okay, so this headline actually sparked up my interest. On Saturday, Vanguard says boldly, 21 million naira jumbo allowances. Federal lawmakers should be prosecuted coming from Nigerians. Now, how feasible in today's Nigeria is this outcry?
Somebody is saying their mind. Because if they do not act, and if they stand on the way of prosecution, Nigerians have a way of prosecuting. Well, everything that's happening in Nigeria is prosecuting everybody. Let them come in. If they are so neat and clean. The insecurity in Nigerian situation is prosecution against everybody. It is. It is. Insecurity. When it's a crime rate, youth unemployment, youth restiveness, youth this is happening. People can't go on the street. Kidnapping, killing, selling of organs, kidnapping, whatever. What is going on? It's enough. People are reacting. So if they prosecute you, the court did not prosecute you, the Nigerian government will prosecute you. I mean, the Nigerian situation will tell you to go. So that's my feeling about it. That's my feeling.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chris, for that. So moving over, we hear about the 90 billion Hajj fraud allegation and more arrests as EFCC grants NAHCON boss bail after 3 nights to report for interrogation every Monday. I think I remember the time when we spoke about this Hajj, the 90 billion. So apparently there is a fraud allegation in it.
If you use a Monday hammer to kill a fly, what do you expect?
Overkill.
There was an overkill. It means for us to go on a Hajj, to go for spiritual succor and seek the face of Allah, our God that created us. Depend for education, budget for health, and budget for other sectors that have collapsed. And then imagine, you a Nigerian,
yes,
with hunger and hardship, and they make you somebody who is high placed in that organization, and they place 90 billion in your hands to organize Hajj. And then later, come somebody inviting you to come and answer. You come today, we ask you a question, tea party. You come, they say, how did it go? I didn't spend the money. Okay, go, come back tomorrow. Hey, that's what
becoming every Monday.
That's what 90, how we're going to account for 90 billion naira. Already spent. The airline companies have taken their money up, lifted the people. I wonder what you are. If you want to stop a fight, do not allow blows to exchange hands. Two of us want to fight, and Chiki doesn't want me and the Josh to wound ourselves. You allow Joshua to give me the first blow, and you say you are settling a fight. What is the probe? We're wasting our time. Probing what? Money that has been spent, the Hajj has been organized, people have gone to Hajj, prayed to their God and their Mecca, and they returned, waiting for the answer prayer for Nigeria to change. So you cost the hunger and hardship. So much money used for Hajj. What that amount? So we clearly plan to put this country in trouble, and we come back and start crying foul. Who are you probing? What are you probing? That the people who went did not receive support, financial support? Some people went with Hajj on the holiday, financial holiday of government. And then if you are working for federal government, you go and ask them how many people in Nigeria are gone for pilgrimage on the wings of Nigeria government money, taxpayers' money. Even if you marry 20 wives and have 50 concubines, like Solomon in the Bible, and you want all of them to go for Hajj because you're highly placed. It's just a matter of calling, just text message. And your wife or your concubine is home and dry to go and ask Nigeria, pray for Nigeria, for God to help Nigeria.
Indeed.
And then when they go and come back and these prayers are not amounting to nothing, you'll be wondering why does God still answer prayer? God answer prayer, but the way we go to prayer miss. A prayer of 90 billion naira will yield us how many billion, trillion naira worth of Nigeria? That is what you ask yourself. Is it worth it? I'm not questioning faith. And if you care so much about your faith and want to go to heaven, who pays for you to go to heaven? Government of Nigeria with our money?
Good question.
Because the way I am, if I want to go to heaven, I know what to do. I don't need government to pay 90 billion naira for me to go to heaven. I'm not even going to another country where I feel that I will get the so-called. Those places are respected. Everywhere you want to go quietly pray to God. But who pays the bill?
Shouldn't be the government.
That's the
so that probe is coming too late. They could have probed it when they were budgeting and releasing funds. Now, that's why I tell you, it's a probe Olympics, probe. When you openly put money and there's people go and spend it and come back and say, what for? Let's move on. Probe from the source of releasing of fund. Probe the Auditors General Office. What are they doing? They follow the money. And you release money, you didn't follow it. People will give me money, I finish spending, you come and Is it that they will only ask these people to provide receipts?
Which
and they can Nigerian printers can be good at Oluwole, get you receipts, you retire money you spend. And then they become another.
Oh, well, still on overkill, there's this story about a U.S. court slamming 3 life sentences and 76 years imprisonment on Nigerian accused of rape. What are your thoughts? 3 life sentences and 76 years?
Now, that is where you have to be careful. There's some things that are happening. We always look at those places as ideal. But if you notice, over time now, something is happening in America.
Not just America, UK too.
You find the high level of when a man and woman from here goes there, a woman is given, because their community gives women more room and privileges. So we go there with a mindset of being African. you hardly hear that those people raped. If you're a rapist, you face your deal. What I'm saying has nothing to do with the rapist being slammed. If the court of competent jurisdiction has slammed you for rape, but then we know that what constitutes rape in those countries may not constitute rape here. Because even where they are sitting very close to Chigi, there's a way I will do some things and, you know.
Even the picture on the nation shows the man with the wife, obviously a foreign woman, you know, looking nice and smiling
but
together.
Even there, you know, a wife can accuse you of rape.
Yes.
And they go to court, you think it's a joke, and you find yourself inside, cooling off.
3 life sentences.
And 3 life sentences. I don't know, the details are not there, but the man has been termed by the court of competent jurisdiction there as rape. It's only telling us that this is in a country. Do you think that kind of thing can happen here? So a rapist can start from the age of 12 and get to the age of 90 and sell home freely, depending on who he rape. If he rape the son of a daughter of a big man, that's the only one you hear. Or some people who summon courage. Rape cases, as we are talking now, somebody is raping somebody in Nigeria has become another thing. That's another new dangerous normal that has come up rare, it says, in Nigeria. And we hear so many unprintable things that associate with people's reason why they go to rape. 70-year-old raping a minor of 3 months. 3 months. Just a blood. That's all you are raping, not even a human being here. Because 3 months human being, what do you term that person? You say, we call it a baby. It's not even up to a baby. But we have had that in Nigeria. So whatever is happening there, only God knows the best and the details of this story. But if they looked at it, they are trying to stop. A country that have very clear, no matter who's God, even if you are 90 years, you're Methuselah, and they find you guilty of an offense, you pay.
Pay.
Can Nigeria boast like this? Can Nigeria say they do this? Sentiment will come in. What tribe does it come from? Which judge is giving him the judgment? Then he hates them. He hates their tribe.
They could even turn it against the lady that
they turn it
she was, you know, dressing
You know what?
inappropriately.
You know what? When this say reminds me of a joke. Christ by this our brother Bakassi. Okay, Bakassi. He said a girl dressed up went to visit a boy in his house, and along the line the lady reported to the police that she was raped. So they said the DPO of the police gave her paper and biro and said, right. He said, you moved from your father's house to the boy's house. He said, yes, so put it there. And then when you went there, you people went out to eat a drink, he took you out, and then he said, yeah, you did all that. He said, write it. And then when you people returned, you know, did you sleep in a separate room? He said, no. He said, you slept in the same bed, and when the boy removed her big pajamas, you wore that pajamas, or you change in you know, what women wear to sleep. What do they call
Lingerie.
it? And then you dress that. He said, you did all that. He said, put it down there. And then what else happened? You will now come and say, the boy raped you. He said, you are wicked. He said, the DPO told the girl, you are wicked. You did all this and you are coming back to report the boy raped you. You slept in the same bed, you dressed in romantic wear, and after he took you out, you drank and then come back, went to club, and you slept in the night. You come back this morning and say you are raped. You are wicked. That's what Nigerian situation will do in this. But if it's abroad, the man would then take it beyond that. Because a consent. Consent. Did you consent? If the out of it, you assumed that I and Chigi are too close and then we are sleeping in the same bed and now can take advantage, I'll go in, whether I'm 76 years or 90 years. So that may be the situation playing out here. And with Nigerians watching should know about it. That Nigerians are opening their eyes. With this hunger and hardship, there's a way you look at a lady who come to even buy things in your shop. And he say, hey, this man raped me. Before you know it, he's swearing to God. I didn't do it, you did it. And the Nigerian situation, I follow. When you reach police station, I follow has a price. I know follow has price. So you decide whichever way. The pan nut that entered the Ikwe, that mortar, must come out with wound.
All right.
That's it.
All right, Chris. So on Thursday, I think, the universities, that's ASU, came out, all the universities came out to say, oh, the high tariff is getting too much and students are having to do extras. And now, it's now alarming that high electricity tariff in hospitals, doctors call for reversal to avert deaths. This is a very, very serious issue.
I learned, since in this same country, I learned that some hospitals now, when you come, they give you the water rate, the telephone cost, the energy rate, you pay. Before you pay for consult, they put all of them in your card. You pay ahead of time before you access medical service. Same country. It's getting to that point. So it's double wahala for that body. There's everything about us as a country now is working against us survivors. So you wake up, sleep and wake up in Nigeria. The greatest prayer every Nigerian should pray now is not to fall sick. And I know the medical doctors and people in medical lines like Chigi and our group will not be saying amen to my prayer. If you suffer headache that we normally used to cure with 100 naira Panadol, a pack, you know, I'm sorry I'm using the word, is just pain reliever. Yes. Because Panadol is a brand, and the other common mistake we make in Nigeria is to associate. So I'm sorry, it's not about a particular brand of medicine, but it's a pain reliever. Pain relief medicines that with tablets we purchased with before 50 naira, 20 naira. It's now more than 500 naira alone, headache, which you know might be a symptom of so many things. So imagine when you go there, they diagnose you beyond malaria. If you get to a hospital, you pray, let God say, make doctors say na malaria, and you'll be putting together about 30,000 naira to treat common malaria in Nigeria. Not to talk about when it's beyond that. And talk about the endangered people in Nigeria. It's not their pension, they are getting a good time. Their pension cannot even afford anything because of transport costs and the cost of living. And those are the, so who takes, what takes? So people are dying and you are asking why? The students are doing extra, even when they find extra to do, because some of them are roaming the streets. They find nothing to do. The people who are not even in the campuses are pushing the wheelbarrows, carrying loads, doing so many things. And the Nigerian police, when they see any young person with computer, hey, why the online business is going on, people are surviving with that. But if you just carry computer, God punish you, and you have gone with bread or dress anyhow. You are a suspect. And not even when they take advantage of you and do so many things. And that's why we should start looking at the whole lot of issues coming up in Nigeria that are hitting up pushing up tension in Nigeria. Everybody I see in Nigeria, especially who have authority with one link or other with government, is hitting up the politics, making things go. I see the way people are harassed around everywhere by authorities, even visit offices. The relationship you get when you visit government office, the way you are talked to, the way people treat people, everything is just, you know, the stress is so high. People are dropping dead. It's not food they've eaten. It's not medicine they have access to. They can't go to the market. You can't transport yourself, move yourself from one point to another. People have cars, they park, they cannot fuel it. I don't know where we're going.
Well, Mr. Chris, most of these things are stuff that people can't control. How can people begin to manage, you know, these stress levels? Because you have got to manage it.
The stress level is still go to the hospital, and this part will tell you, and they'll ask you for consultation fee. And how many of you have access to online information and things that you can tell? But those things you will still be accused of. You are treating yourself, doing self-medication. So we need these things. And what is the Federal Ministry of Health doing? How many times have you seen Ministry of Health coming out with their budget to do some public enlightenment things, posting it on all social media?
National Orientation Agency.
It's not their job. And that's where we say, when I was working with certain government organizations, they get budget. If you can't do it, let me give you an example with BBC Media Action. UNICEF gives them budget to pursue child and maternal health. Because it's their budget, and these people can do it better than you. What is Ministry of Health doing with NOA? What budget did they get from government approved for public enlightenment? Did they give it to NOA to use it to push it? Did they give it to Radio Nigeria or NTA to use to push the envelope of public enlightenment on this level as you are talking? They sit on the budget and write it and make sure they retire the budget. And they will be crying. Water Corporation, are not paid by Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health use all their hospitals use water from water corporation. There's no balancing. Government offices use light, and when EDC, for instance, sometimes went to they threatened that they will quit or something happened. I don't know. The details were reported in this station.
Yes.
Those things are happening, and then they said to you, the idea is because you are sitting in government, you feel you have license. If this budget, you get budget as a government established Ministry of Health, and you have had for media and communication, you have a budget. Give it to the people who will use it to tell them what they do. You sit on it, and you have somebody called the communication officer for Ministry of Health who sit down there eating cola nut and granite and collect money at the end of the month. No single activity. And you're talking about managing stress. MPOX is here. Has the Federal Ministry of Health said anything about it? We are counting figures. Until you get to when they start talking about disease control, they bring emergency board, when you go full mouth, that's when we talk. What are they doing now? What can you do to prevent it? What has Ministry of Health done in the airports where they've marked as high alert? Who are there? Is it NAFDAC that will be checking up or checking for this? What it means, this and for us, that will tell you they're spending their money. What are they spending the big budgets on? Even the little they've given, what are they spending on? Critical things are not. Crisis management, when you have the budget for it. When there is emergency, especially Ministry of Health, knowing that the era we find ourselves now, diseases, infectious diseases and epidemics can crop up, and we don't have resilience and preparedness. So how are we going to talk about it? So that's it. Nobody is. These little things, you're on your own as a Nigerian. When it hits you, you manage and pray, go do this, and then the family will carry you, the social system carry you until the point you cannot manage, and it's like, rest in peace. Another figure, one down. They're looking for who next. Human lives hardly matters in this country anymore. And then talking about so many things that I was talking with them, a typical Nigerian from the age of 0 to age of 5 until you grow to this adult, you are threatened by 1 million issues that threaten your life. And if you manage to escape like this, it's like unseen and seen battles that God fight for you. So that's why, don't wonder we are so religious, because you can't look at a country and say, this is what this country is doing for me. So that you narrow where your faith in God starts, where the country stops helping you in your faith in God starts. But everything we attribute on God. And people are going with big budgets. So what are budgets doing for? When everything they should not do, we should budget God in Nigeria and leave money alone. Because the budget big money and the money we exchange hand, we'll be hearing billions and billions on the newspapers. And nothing is trickling. We are not seeing the effect of what these billions are. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what we are doing?
Sad reality.
It is. On a very more, that I won't say sad note, but the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee has disbursed 1.358 trillion naira in July 2020 from the 2024 Federation Accounts Revenue.
It means in January till now.
Yes. Now, the
5.8 trillion. Is it
1.358 trillion? Now, the federal government, federal government gets 431 billion, states gets 473, and local governments get 343 billion.
And that's what I was saying. I've said it earlier.
Yes.
And the people are going to being cocooned and being moved to Moshood Abiola stadium in Abuja to protest hunger and hardship. Where the hunger and hardship that is worrying them from their local, even from their houses. And those people are sitting there, coasting home and dry. Look at it, even if you ask them, they will still be pointing at the president. And I say presidency has not stood up to say, start telling Nigerians where to go and ask for. Because this is Nigeria. Imagine the amount of money that exchanged hands from January to July. And imagine the impact of this money in our system. So you start asking yourself, is Nigeria a big ocean? where you go and drop salt,
or a
and you
sinkhole.
don't. I don't know what is it. Have we become Bermuda Triangle? Every financial Bermuda is what Nigeria has become. This amount in 6 months has passed through, and nothing we can show. What we are still shouting, fuel averagely sells for 1,000 naira in Nigeria. A mugu of gari,
very expensive now.
mudu of gari, penta of rice, cannot be a.
And I think just yesterday, Ononoga tweeted that inflation was coming down, and I was asking.
That is what the same issue. We talked about it yesterday. They say inflation will come down by 30-something%.
What are the indicators?
Knowing the same question I asked, what is the key performance indicators? What result? What can we hold strongly and say this thing you are telling us is true?
You know, so my usual Mama Nkechi. What will Mama Nkechi see and say? Yes, truly, inflation is coming.
But that's it. Have you? I don't know whether you said Mama Nkechi and you took interest. Do you eat in Mama Nkechi?
I do eat from Mama Nkechi.
And has the prices of one plate of food?
Up.
It hasn't. It hasn't come down.
That's the link with you and Mama Nkechi. You don't think I'm linking with Mama Nkechi because you like food. So when you go to eat a plate of food, has it come down? That's what you start saying. What? Because we not expect that once they say it in Abuja, it will trickle down to where we are talking from in a moment. But since they started talking about it, by now we should have started seeing signs and say, this thing they're saying looks like it's going to happen. No. But even every day you wake up is the transport of moving around. Yesterday is almost quarreled. It was supposed to move in from one point to another with 300 naira on keke, and the man was like, he's going to be added 400. And it was, I said, I have already budgeted in my wallet. And the man was like, it'd be like saying, no, this country. He was ready for a fight. And I said, what happened? He said he's now buying 900 naira. That a filling station where they buy fuel for 870 has closed down for the last 3 days. I said, that's a sign of. And a friend, I was talking with a friend, he said, for that one selling 870, not to have been selling for the last 3 days, that is in hot. He said, brace up. Every day you brace up for more difficult times. Every day, brace up for more difficult times. Is that where you're going to shape patriotism for Nigeria? Now this leg, now I go carry reach Umuahia. Ask me. And then we say, what thing they happen, government? Help us. We also tell us how we can help. Because the idea is that we keep pushing. What can Nigerians do to help? Because there's no link. If we have been talking to each other, talking with each other, by now we would have, Nigerians would know what they're supposed to do to help. But everybody's like, you're on your own. They say it's OYO. Joshua, I don't know what state you come from. Is it OYO? You know. But that's what I do. So whatever state, almost every state now we're right. Even if you come from Edo, you say Edo, OYO. Anyone you call Lagos, OYO, because all the states are even on their own.
All right, Mr. Chris, and before we let you go for today, and on a very sad note, as this story on Saturday Times says, Lagos woman caught stepchildren with hot knife and hide them in apartment.
We've lost our humanity. Simple. More dangerous things are happening.
It's the gruesomeness for me.
Yeah, that's it. What haven't you had in this country over time? And the children are carrying the brunt of these pressures from their parents. Imagine that woman, something may have pushed her to that level. She now sees those children as the source of her problem, where they are not. It was supposed to be source of her happiness. And then because of what's happening in this country, children that are supposed to be source of happiness for parents have become burdens. And some women can't handle it. How can you wake up, see these children? Some people wish these children are dead so that some people are dumping. Some people are, there's a viral video I saw about a man. Packaged her mother, an old mother, went and dumped her in a motor park in Lagos.
He killed her?
No. He just packaged her, abandoned her, and that woman is deaf and dumb. An old woman that managed to left her there. And people are crying and shouting at this. That would the level of what made us this. I know that it's difficult. We might be hungry, and they are facing hardship. But what the difference is when you are facing these things with some sort of humanity in you.
left in
A milk of human kindness can still dilute certain things. And you say, I have a limit to what we can do. But it's in the country at this level, there's nothing we've not had. And it leaves us with hopes. Where are we going with this kind of attitude?
Well, we're still hopeful that all will turn out well.
But on a funny note, Obasanjo said he laughs.
Yeah, he said he laughed.
He laughs when I don't know what kind of laugh. Is it sinister or that he will wish that he is what they think he is?
We
or
don't know that
I don't know what he thinks. Whatever it is a much respected. I would have wished he's an Igbo because I'm an Igbo. And he's a very prominent Nigerian. So you can be Igbo by extension. OBJ, the Baba.
All right.
Thank you.
That's how much we can have for this segment. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you so much, Mr. Chris.
Thank you,
It is
Chigi.
always insightful
I
talking
feel excited
with you.
being here.
Thank you. So we go on a short break, and when we come back, we will talk about our Saturday retrospect. Don't go anywhere.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, has not does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, 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 and then everything continues to go bad.
Examination malpractice, the teachers, the school will be blamed. Why? Because the school has to uphold the ethics and value of exam.
Throughout the week, we've had to discuss different topics and different ideas over the week, and it has been interesting. So we will be going to our retrospect to give you highlights of things that were discussed over the week. On Monday, we had the gap between leadership and followership, and we had Austin Okori to discuss this. We will be going straight to the highlights for you to hear and see.
Leadership, from the top to the bottom, you have different levels of leadership, even down to the family. The father is the head of the family. The group of, first of all, is leading the wife is supporting, then you have children, then you go to the society. So if you're a leader, you have to have a follower. If you don't have a follower, you're taking a walk. So if you're a leader, you have those attributes of a leader. Attributes of visionary, you Commanders are different from leaders. In the military, you have commanders, have commander-in-chief, have battalion commanders, and so on. But in our society, we have leaders who became leaders from what they do. People, the followers, their preachments, their preaches, and what they do. So people follow you because they are convinced, out of conviction, out of what they see you do. Or those who preach what they don't practice, or those who practice what they don't preach. So if you are leading, you must be above board, you must be visionary. You must, be more knowledgeable, you must have strength of character, you must have capacity to take risks and break new grounds. So, talk about mentoring, talk about those who want to guide. They don't lead by force. You don't lead people by coercion. So you lead people from example. So leadership is a concept used when somebody, a father figure, somebody who can guide others, who have various features and characteristics of being a leader. Sometimes they do not deserve what they have because some of the leaders, like we know, impose themselves on the people. And they begin to impose their decisions and their will on the people. In military push, when the military took over government, you can't stop them because you can't argue with the man with the gun. Also, like we talk about leadership recruitment process in a civilian, space, in a civilian ecosystem. Some people come through ballot by default. So when the recruitment process is flawed, some people find themselves in the position of leadership. And you see the qualification, what they show. Sometimes you see what we call trust deficit. So the people may not be able to help themselves. There may be constitutional provisions of how to bring out those who did not meet their expectations of what they promised before they got to power. So, but those are clumsy processes like recall, like impeachment, and so on. They are constitutional obstacles. As for the people recalling somebody who they trusted initially, ab initio, got to power, and visit the people with hardship, visit people with lack of care. Because you lead when you show empathy, you show sympathy, you guide, you shine the light, you become a beacon. So the people will now trust you, they have confidence in you, they will follow you. They will follow you like you see some leaders, some iconic leaders in the past. These current leaders all over the world, you can see that there's a kind of deficits.
That was Mr. Austin Okore there talking about leadership. If you are a leader and no one is following you, you are just taking a walk. And then on Tuesday, we dived into insurance business in Nigeria, and we had Mr. Chiju Kinwa for coming to brief us and to discuss stuff around insurance in Nigeria. So do take a listen.
The early practitioners actually rely so much on those small prints that frustrate policyholders. But in recent times, insurance is, you can trust insurance with everything you have. You can. The trust is restored fully as at now. Before now, we used to experience these small prints. You see insurance policies. Very frustrating to read. By the time you look at it, just push it away. And insurance companies then do hide most of the serious conditions in those small prints. But as insurance develop in this country, we now realize that, okay, this could be the reason why people don't take this in. Let us make this thing more user-friendly, okay? So we discarded those small prints, made it so bold and so, reader-friendly that people can now trust. And apart from the prints also, the ability to pay claims. Insurance companies pay claims heavily. I can assure you that even all the NSAS issue had in Lagos, okay, all those losses, at least majority, all the insured losses during the NSAS were all taken care of by the insurance industry. I'm sure you're hearing that for the first time.
I'm hearing that for the first time.
But I'm telling you, but actually that was happening.
That's for those that are insured.
No, definitely. Now you can't reap from where you did not sow. Okay, you must insure before you can actually benefit from it. If you don't have a policy, you can't file a claim whenever you have a loss. Insurance is based on those principles. Why do we need insurable interest? Insurable interest is that principle of insurance that ensures that you have a financial interest in the subject matter of insurance. I'll give you a very simple example. It is the only principle that distinguishes insurance from gambling. Okay? Mm-hmm. We know 140 bedded in ENUGU, UNTH those days, 140 bedded hospital ward in ENUGU, where you have all those critical illness people being admitted. At least every day or the other day, somebody must die from that ward. Let's assume there's no insurable interest, and I'm an investor. I can come there, insure all the 140 patients there against their life. Okay? So every morning I just wake up and just walk to the 140 bed and look at the first bed. Okay, the man is still alive. Look at, and anyone that is not there, I'll just go and file a claim. But insurable interest is that principle that restricts me from doing that. This cup does not belong to me. It belongs to Signature TV. I don't have the only interest I have here is to use it to maybe take my tea or take water and still leave it here. If it breaks here, I can only sympathize with you over the damage, but I don't have any pecuniary interest, financial interest with it. Mm-hmm. So that principle ensures that you can insure only those things that you have financial interest in. That's the job of that particular principle. Then the utmost good faith is that, you know, every commercial contract is based on caveat emptor, buyer beware. Mm-hmm. Insurance contracts are based on uberema fides, which is utmost good faith. You must tell us the truth about the subject matter of insurance, because I'm coming to insure you, but I don't know anything about it. So I'm expecting you, I'm going to rate you, charge you premium based on information that I receive from you. And it is expected that you give me the true information, failing which the policy, I can repudiate a claim whenever I discover that you lied to me. So to make sure that there is a business of trust, which we raised earlier on, for you to trust me, I should also trust you. It's a two-way thing, okay? And that is why that principle is there. The next one is proximate cause. Proximate cause is that active and efficient cause that sets in motion a train of events that brings about a result without intervention of any force started and working actively from a new and independent source. What does that mean? The grammar is so heavy, but let me just break it down for you. If you take 5 textbooks and line them up like this and push the very first one, it falls on the second to third, and the fifth one falls. If I ask you, why did this the fifth book fall? You would definitely agree that it is the push I gave to the first one. So is that active and efficient cause that brought about this result? Okay? Second scenario. If I set the same books and I pushed the first one, it fell on the second and I stopped it with my hand. The fourth and the fifth still standing. Then I shook this table and they fall. What was the cause of that fifth one falling? It is the shake on the table, right? Now, we need that principle to tell us when the insurance will pay. What is that active cause that caused the loss? So that we don't pay for a cause that is for a loss that is caused by a remote cause. We only pay for the active cause, the period that is active. You can insure your studio against fire. So the major thing we are covering is fire. So if somebody burgles this place, you don't have a claim because it did not cover burglary.
And that was Chijioke. Everyone who died during the NSAS protest was insured. They that were insured were actually, the families received their benefits that we've heard from Chijioke Nwafo on Tuesday. And moving over to Wednesday, we have Igbo in Search of Leadership. And we had Chekwas Okori in the studio to discuss this.
Igbo people
in the First and Second Republic, coalesced in the First Republic on the platform of the NCNC because of the stature and the political prominence of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, who took over the leadership of the NCNC after the death of his founder, Dr. Herbert Macaulay. And Dr. Azikiwe mobilized the Igbo State Union then and sold NCNC to them. And Igbo people coalesced on it and became politically relevant. Then by the Second Republic, the same thing happened in a sense that Igbo people and by Second Republic we had gone into, the war had come and gone. So Igbo people were busy looking for second class positions in the parties that existed. In all of the parties, they were going for running mate. Chief Philip Umade was running mate to Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Dr. Alex Ekweme was running mate to Alhaji Shegu Shagari. S.G. Koko was running mate to Malam Aminu Kano, and so on and so forth. So Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe felt that Igbo people championed the independence, the cause for the struggle for independence, and shouldn't take a second-class position. So he came out of voluntary retirement, because he had said he had retired from partisanship, and joined the MPP. Again, Igbo people coalesced on that platform and became again relevant. So by 1996, Dr. Azikiwe was already old. And of course, it was that year that he also passed. So there was nobody with that type of stature that could join a party founded by other people and dominate it in a sense that Dr. Azikiwe did. So that was the second reason I plunged into it.
Okay.
So in 1996, I made an attempt with some friends who agreed with that philosophy and struggle.
Yes.
We didn't succeed, we failed. At the point of registration at the commission, in the electoral commission. In 1998, we tried again. We also failed. In 2001 to 2002, we did the third time. We were determined, we were resilient. We were not going to surrender. So the third attempt yielded ABGA. So ABGA was then registered in 2002, June 22nd, 2002. So that's ABGA. But in the course of course, Igbo people coalesced on it, on that platform, and we made such impressive outing that in the first outing, when practically every politician had belonged to one party or the other, out of 30 parties that contested the 2003 general election, of course, we had the Modumegwu Ojukwu as a presidential flag bearer, at least, and he became about the only Igbo man of note who was also contesting for president, which was one of our objectives, to make sure that Igbo people participate, even if they lose, but they must fly presidential flag. So the first person we chose was Dr. Azikiwe. Chief D. Modumegwu Ojukwu. And we came third in that election, hoping therefore that subsequently we will improve on that. But unfortunately, crisis set in December, just barely 2 years after the party was founded and formed. The crisis came in, and we were in that crisis for nearly 8 years. So by 2012, I took a decision that we were no longer going to be knocking our head against the wall. Let's leave the party for those who hijacked it, as it were, and look for another one with the same philosophy, with the same vision. So we founded the UPP.
UPP, yeah.
Now, I didn't set out to make that history, but when UPP was founded and registered, it dawned on me that I had now belonged to another class of eminent Nigerians who founded 2 political parties in their lifetime. In our class of 4 people, Chief Obafemi Awolowo was our prefect, who founded the Action Group and the UPL.
UPL.
And then Malam Aminu Kano
founded NEPU and the PRP. Alhaji Waziri Ibrahim founded MPP and GMPP. So my humble self founded ABGA and UPP. And by the special grace of God, I'm the only one of the four still alive.
And that was the elder statesman, Chief Chekwas Okorie, taking us through memory lane and giving us overview of political development as regards the Igbo tribe in Nigeria. Josh, you could, see the clarity, in what he was saying. You could see he knew exactly what he was saying because he was right, inside the whole thing. He spoke about the First Republic down to the Second Republic, down to 1996, when Zik eventually died and he took over and had to close up, the gap that the late Azikiwe, left. And still playing out up until the 2000s. I mean, the man, it's an encyclopedia himself.
Yeah, having that much experience,
really,
of course.
Yes, I had fun listening to him. I was, educated.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. So, moving right over to Thursday, that will be National Commission's NTS vote of confidence on Tinubu. We had Jerry Omas coming on Thursday to discuss this vote of confidence that was passed on the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please take a listen.
Obasanjo has come up over time, expressed a dissatisfaction with what's going on. And if you ask me too, I think I may not be the best fan of Obasanjo right now or before now, but what he's saying is the realities on ground. People on the street are hungry. People check around your neighborhood and are caused by the policy or program of the federal government. You came up the other day before it was sworn in that the president was in Rivers State here to commission a flyover. The former governor told him, we may need the money that we use to construct on a federal road back. What was his response? He said, look, not enter the office. I don't know the situation on ground in the office. When I enter, I'll leave. Why not give the same response when it comes to subsidy removal, situation of office? All you did was zoom. Subsidy is gone. And for 200 naira or 200 naira at most, is now selling for over close to 1,000 naira. The last time I bought yesterday, it was about 900 naira. So check the ratio. And every other thing took of inflation. So if the president has said, we have programs and all those that we work, the refinery, they have given us more than 10 dates and all those, the roads are not passable and all those put together. All of state that we're talking about right now, giving the president a vote of confidence based on what they see him doing in future. Sorry, is it that we say we are floating against a bigger and a stronger currency? Does that for goodness sake, putting the cart before the horse? I don't see that working, but we have seen what the president is doing and is genuine, and they said they pass confidence, a vote of confidence on him. What do you want me to say? To say no? Matter of time. We'll see why they give me that vote of confidence. Maybe they will start working, whatever they think they are doing, to make sure things work well. Don't forget that recently there was this End Bad Governance program, and a lot of people are saying that, although some of the people on the presidency are saying that it's like a plan to overthrow the government and all those put together. That is what they also have at the back of their mind to say, look, we need to support you. But I think that, like our people will always say, that if you remove someone's body, if you don't show that dog, it's like you're pinching that dog. So also need to begin to feel the impact of whatever the president is doing. I'll tell you, for instance, you remove subsidy, you have a problem of traffic lights, you have a problem of whichever problem, why not insist? Hello? Yes. Why not insist that the refinery work and our cost of production, if the price can come down, knocking off what they call landing costs, insurance, and all those, and have all these things together to what will be our cost of production, if the fuel price can come down. That's the only commodity all this problem we have right now. Because whatever you want to do, you need to move from one place to another. Around Port Harcourt here that I am right now, if you have kept rice in government house, for somebody to move from Ndoni to come to government house to pick up that rice, he need to fuel his car from my tree that is just 2 kilometers from the government house. You need to fuel your car and you can buy maybe at 950, 1,000 naira. Then you have not done anything. So why not tackle this thing? What we're doing right now is like looking for the eyes of a fish, but you're checking the tails. So to cool down the temper that is already risen, they'll say, okay, Nigerians, this man sometime, we have seen what he's doing. I think we can assure you that, look, what by so time, we can get it right. I think for the very first time, we had the Sirica, even though I'm not his fan too, told us that, look, the Abuja epi will be true by so time. If it's not true, then I think more ministers need to, even though we want to look at some of the things, Ethiopia Air, turn it to Nigeria Air and all those, but that's the reason for that. More people need to do that in this administration by December so time. If it doesn't work, I think I'll just resign. But people ability, yes. So I think the president too also need to begin how to sack people.
That was Jerry discussing the NCS vote of confidence on Tinubu. He gave some very strong points as well as quoting back to the president's speech where he came in at first saying subsidy is gone and how that has had a ripple effect on the economy and the whole Nigeria as a whole. Of course, having to see that prices of food went up, prices of everything went up. Even fuel is now being sold for about 1,000 naira. We also discussed the trends of hardship happening in the country, touching a little bit of the end bad governance in Nigeria, protests that happened. It was a very beautiful discussion, actually.
Yes, I agree with you. He had his points and he was very clear.
Yeah, it was very clear, actually.
It was very clear.
Yes. So moving over to Friday, which is the final day before today, of course, before you saw our beautiful faces. So Friday we had the discussion with agricultural development in Nigeria, and the person who came in to discuss this was the Commissioner for Agriculture in ENUGU State. Please do take a listen.
Shouldn't be talking about shame expressed. Nigeria is richly endowed with natural resources, abundant natural resources, rich natural resources, both land, both the water, both the air, name it. Nigeria said, we have the best of soils, we have the best of climates, we have the best of vegetation, we have, in terms of landmass, we are richly blessed by God. Yeah, the water bodies, we are blessed by God. So we don't need to lack anything in terms of agriculture. Before 1970, Nigeria is the greatest, producer of agricultural product of various types. Look at the great granite pyramid. Talk about the yam from the Benue and part of ENUGU State, and all products from agriculture. So what we should say, where did we get it wrong, and where do we now? How do we, So it's we're talking about shame because we have the potentials to get back there and even surpass that. We have not done well, but we have woken up to doing well. We now have we have leadership in place now to making us do well in terms of agriculture. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because this government of Peter Ndubuisiemba is not here to begin to cast blame or begin to look at what others have done wrong. We're looking at what can we do to change the tide? What can we do to go back and surpass where we are supposed to be in terms of agriculture, considering the abundant resources, the blessings that God has given to us. His Excellency will always say that we are poor because we choose to be poor. Because God has blessed us with the various resources, natural resources. You will hear him saying that Enugu is not landlocked. You understand? That's also inclusive of agricultural production. You get me? So we'll now begin to let you know. Before now, the 40 and above. But coming down to 39 shows that something is being done. You know, you are talking about nationally. You know, if you come to Enugu, a lot of things have been done, and our people have gone back to farm. Our people are now eager because they trust the government of the day. They now believe that whatever government say they are going to do, they are actually going to do it, and that's what's happening. You understand? You are in Enugu. You saw what happened last Thursday, on the 8th of August. You saw what happened. It has never happened where the government of the day is spending about 4.6 billion in distribution of farm inputs, machineries, and other social interventions to the people of Enugu. That's the promise His Excellency made during the campaign, and that's keeping to his word. You understand? And more is yet to come. So if you look at it also, you see that our approach is also systematic. Our approach is planned. Our approaches have policies, you understand, that drive them. And that's why the hope is there, that in no distance time, you begin to see the price of food come down. We are very optimistic as far as Enugu is concerned. We know we also get, extend to the other part of the country, because even the Minister of Agriculture, the President of Nigeria, are not also sleeping. A lot has also be done from the national level. You understand? And all the policies in place now is towards food security, is towards economic development, for agriculture to be the chief driver of the economy, which is what it used to be before the advent of oil. Or rural development, you understand, for sustainability. It's for even fighting security, you understand. So it's a holistic approach, you understand, to food system security. That's the approach we have applied here. Okay.
Agriculture is as important as life. That is quoting the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Enugu State. You heard him calling on all stakeholders to pay more attention to agriculture, and he stated a few things that have been done by the state government to improve a lot in agriculture in Enugu State. And that's the much we will take on this segment, Saturday Retrospect. I'm sure you were able to catch on some of the issues we discussed from Monday through to Friday. Don't go anywhere. More discussions are lined up for your education, including brain drain in the health and allied sectors of the Nigerian healthcare system. Don't go anywhere.
examination malpractice, the teachers, the school will be blamed. Why? Because the school has to uphold the ethics and value of examination. They have to extricate students from examination malpractice. They have to make sure that students do not enter with a material or use mobile phone while writing examination. You see now. And then the society too, they contributed to examination malpractice.
Both the parents, the students, and the teachers, they are to be blamed. Because number one, before you get into the exam hall, they are invigilators, and some of them take bribe. Why the parents, instead of your children to be reading, you will not even concentrate on that. So maybe you just like go and read, you will not even check if the person is reading or not. So they are also to be blamed.
I would say start from the government, because when the up there is not sincere, when there is corruption up there, so it will go down. So I don't blame it on anybody. It's what is happening at it up there. That's what we are saying.
Both should be blamed in the sense that if the school, the teachers are serious about it, the students themselves will not do that. But because the teachers are loose, probably they didn't teach well, or they are not doing what they're supposed to do, that gives the students the impetus to do that. And even if they want to do that, the teachers themselves, the school themselves can as well stop them by doing their invigilation very, very well. So they don't need to allow the student to do that. They have a way of getting anybody that wants to cheat in their exam. But they will just pretend as if to say they are not seeing it. Or some of them will even support it by giving them answers. So the teacher, the school, and the students, all of them are involved in the practice.
The school should be blamed for any malpractice. The school should actually be blamed, not the student. If the school do not allow malpractice, I don't think there is no way the student will do malpractice during exams. So I think the school should be held responsible for that very.
For the parent, I will say the parent also contribute, because some parent will categorically approach schools and tell them that we need you to help our students, our children, so that they would pass. So when it comes to malpractice, I'll say each of these people have a share blame, as well as those people that are older than the students, because they tell them that school is scam, which leads the student not to read and also depend on other people to help them.
That be the school now. The school don't already teach them. They don't do their own work. The remaining one now for him or her. Make him read. Concentrate what in teacher they teach him. If he concentrate what in teacher they teach him, he no go do as well. But during the time then they teach him, he go they play, go they look another thing, go carry phone on the press. By that time he they press, he don't know what in the teacher they teach for board. That is my own.
We have a fair system of education that warrants all these irregularities. The children are blamed because when we attended schools, we know how we put our efforts to make sure we pass our exams.
To me, I can say we should blame the parents, because I've seen a scenario that some parents are like, when the teacher are trying to like train the student, like okay, maybe let these children like repeat the class when the guy is not performing very well. The parent like, why? Please let my children let's push him, just let him to be going, let him go like that.
The teachers have 88% to be blamed. The parents have just 0.5 to be blamed out of 100.
The three kids has to be blamed. First, the parent, because if you give your child a good education from the grassroots, I believe you will not find him with this nonsense.
The dangers of youth negligence in Nigeria is a critical issue that affects the country's development and future. Now, to curb this and to discuss this to get more light and understanding is Kabiru Mohammed, a prominent Nigerian youth leader. He's going to be giving us insight in this and to discuss even possible solutions to this problem. Kabiru, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kabiru.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, going straight to business, can you give us an overview of what youth negligence and how it manifests in Nigeria as a whole?
Well, thank you. Youth negligence in Nigeria is not, to cut it short and to put it in a clearer term, means that the lack of involvement of youth in governance, the lack of involvement of youth in policies, the lack of involvement of youth in economic and development of this country, and in other key sectors, manufacturing and all, so on and so forth. So when you now bring these youth on board to flowchart the policies that affect their future, it's definitely you neglecting the youth.
All right, Mr. Kabiru.
Yeah.
How well, in your experience, probably as a youth leader, how well can you say that the Nigerian government has really engaged the Nigerian youth? Just give us an idea of how well uh, government at any state, really, whether state, subnational, or national, how well have they actually engaged the Nigerian youth?
Well, I cannot say that the government have fully employed the Nigerian youth or have come together with them to table issues. I think the only thing happening here in Nigeria is the Nigerian Youth Parliament, whereby I think per state, the Nigerian government picked 3 representatives from each state to make the Nigerian Youth Parliament. And that it's nothing but political. The policies they made there is not what transpired and transformed. And I think what they are doing there is more of politics, and even the nominees from each state are not people that supposed to have been nominated, but they are political boys of the state governors that make the Nigerian Youth Parliament. So I can say that Nigeria is not doing well in bringing the youth on board, and it is too bad that the Nigerians are not employing the youth and bringing them on board to flowchart policies that affect the national development. So I can boldly say that it is very low.
Okay, Kabiru, can we be more specific now? Because in your own words, you said that the policies as regards youths, they're usually more political than not. Can we be more specific now? Can you give us the background story behind the Empower initiative that was designed for the youth? Can you give us a story behind the Empower initiative?
Well, the Empower, as was rightly said, is a trial and error economic policy. It was meant for the youth to promote the youth in terms of agriculture, education, and to employ them. However, before Empower, there are other policies that have been made which are not working. And I could remember I was part of the Next G, and we have been advocating for other policies that will work out for Nigeria, but they keep on neglecting these policies. Empower is a trial and error policy which have worked and failed. Before Empower, there is Shopee during the transformation agenda of former President Goodluck Jonathan. It has also failed. And we look deep into all these policies and see that, okay, we understood what is making these policies to work. And there are other policies, even the agricultural grantee scheme. And they are all policies that you said that we employed here in Nigeria are policies that are not working. They are trial and error economic policies. So we get to understand that, okay, where are these problems rising from? And how can we tackle this problem? We have been writing articles, writing papers, sending to the government that, okay, this should be the way forward, and we should stop neglecting the youth, and this is how we can flowchart policies that are more effective for the Nigerian growth and economic development. But they keep on neglecting it. decide on what they think is much more better for them. So N-Power is a trial and error economic policy which I think does not satisfy its own needs. And I can boldly tell you that N-Power did not achieve 40% of its objective.
All right, Kabir. Why do you think these policies failed? And also, do you think, or what's your take, would youth being in politics make any difference? First of all, why did the policy fail? And if the youth are in politics, do you think there will be any difference per se?
I think the major reason why the policies failed is the attitude of Nigerians and those in position who make the policies. I think most of these policies which have been made, they don't implement it 100%. There's time lag, which is one of the factors that make it failed. And another reason why these policies failed is because their implementation lags. When implementing a policy, you cannot just wake up today and say that, okay, we are implementing this to Nigeria. And after some time, you break it down. And when it comes to stakeholders, they don't follow up on what they are doing. They will be in office in either Abuja or Lagos, flowchart policies, create a link where people feel, and after that, they make disbursement of money or the agricultural tools. They don't follow up to see how far it is going and what are the major problems that can cause that, which we can tackle on time. So, and most of these policies are being made by suits policymakers. They are only in office. They don't even understand the current situation in the nation. They don't understand the attitude of Nigerians. They just presume and bring policies that is being made for developed countries, bringing it to a developing nation like Nigeria, which will never, definitely not work. So these are some of the reasons why these policies are failing.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, you have made it abundantly clear that there's a clear disconnection between the governed and those who are governing. They don't have an idea of what it is the youths are going through. You just, elaborated on that fact. So as a youth leader, what have you or your group have been doing? What has your group done to close this gap a little bit and see how you can take issues from the grassroots to the government?
Okay. I happen to be the program officer of Ready to Run movement. Is a youth movement that promotes democracy and transparency. I think we track all projects being made for our own states. From Gombe State. So each and every project that is being made, either constituency project, either federal project, or whatsoever project, we track it from day one to the end. We make sure that they utilize the resources they budgeted and they make it up to standard. And we create awareness to youth. We try to bring them on board to let them understand the problem we're facing. And this is the simple way we can follow to tackle these problems. However, it's more difficult governing Nigerians, I understand, because everyone has his own mentality. You might bring youth on board, telling them, okay, these are the things that will help you. And at the end of the day, they will change from what you have narrated for them and do something different. So from our own end, I know we keep on enlightening the youth. We keep on following on projects that are meant for us. And we make sure that all these projects must have achieved its own goals and objectives. So,
all right, Kabir, what are the major challenges you faced as a youth leader? What are the major challenges you face in tackling some of these policies or doing the things, your aim and objective of your units?
Okay. I think the major obstacle I usually had, or I and my group usually had, is, I think, lack of more cooperation from our youth. Sometimes when we have an issue to deliberate on, we bring on the issue, we invite them, And clearly, someone will be telling that this is not going to work out. Meanwhile, we know that when we work extremely hard on it, it's going to work out for us. But someone would like to discourage you and tell you, okay, we should just stop this, we should not even go there. This is not going to work out for us. And these are the thing that kills our spirit, it kills our morale when trying to see our countries getting much more better. However, notwithstanding, we keep on pushing, we do not stop, and we are not going to stop until we see Nigeria becomes a great country.
So not just the governments and their policies, and not just the issues. You have both issues with the youth as well.
Yeah, majorly, you know, as wisely said by Aristotle, poverty is the mother of crime and revolution. Most of our youth are hungry. Whenever things are happening, we try to come in. Sometimes we make donations. We bring youth on board to make sure that everything is going perfectly right. But still that, the attitude of the Nigerians, the mindset of youth, it's something that we have to extremely work on because it's actually discouraging. And the youth are the bedrock of every nation. They are the bedrock of development. I think Nigeria has about 70% youth. So if as of 2022, we have 151 million youth in Nigeria doing nothing because as the leaders rightly said that we are lazy, meanwhile we are not. But some of us that decide to make the image for the people think that we are lazy have already done that. And it's so facilitating that the Nigerian youth, the attitude of our leaders is like somehow colliding at it's more difficult for us to point what is right for the nation.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, just as a follow-up to what my colleague asked, right, you said there are issues with the policies, there are issues with the mindsets of the youths, right? And my question to you really is, do you think the Nigerian youth, they are ready for leadership? Because I do remember my colleague asking you, do you think youths going into politics will actually help in this situation? But you also mentioned that there's a mindset issue. So what do you think? Do you think our youths are really the leaders of tomorrow as anticipated? And if you think that there's a lapse, which you have of course mentioned, what are the things, some of the strategies that your group has put in place to see that the youths are more enlightened and more trained towards leadership?
And we partner with Dandeli Matasa Initiative for Rapid Development. There is a program we usually design personal development. The program is trying to let someone know his personal potentials, to know about himself, self-awareness, and more of morals and integrity. So we have been working on that for about like 2 years now, and we thank God it has been working because a lot of mindset of the Nigerian youth have been changing, and people
What are some
try
of
to
the
realize.
impacts that you have registered from this initiative? What are some of the impacts you've seen? Yes.
The impacts include that initially there are some people that don't even vote. They are political apathetic, but with the help of this program, they all got their PVC and they are ready now. By 2027, we are going to see their differences. And we try to make sure that we remove that corruption of spaghetti, sugar, or money politics they get into. And they get to accept the fact that, okay, they have made a lot of mistakes years before now. But with the help of the program, they really thank us that we have changed them and they are going to be on the right path. They are going to make use of what they learned from our place and put it more on board. And they have been encouraging their parents and even some of their peers. And the program, I think, so far we graduated about 1,000 members and we're taking on more. And it's very impactful to the youth because we have seen a lot of changes. I think there are some set of people who employ these youths after the training. Sometimes we give them startup pack for business for those that are not in business, and for those that are in business, we try to promote what they do, and it's really helpful. We can see that there are a lot of changes in the last 2 years because I think there's someone I met, he was even smoking when we went to talk to them about the program. When they come for the 3 weeks program, after the program, his life has totally changed and he's a better person today.
All right, Kabir. Let's talk about sponsorship and support. Have you gotten any sponsorship or support from anywhere?
Actually, we did not got any sponsorship or support from anyone. What we usually do is that with the stakeholders in the program, we bring money out of our own business, out of our own pocket to finance these projects. And we have been doing it now
out
for
to
2
any
years.
government authorities, probably on youth development, to get help, and you've been allowed or declined?
Yeah, I think Dandeli Matters, I think the coordinator told us that he has written about 3 or 4 times, still waiting for response from organizations and even government itself. But still today, there is no any response.
What government policy did you reach out to?
I think what actually happened, I think, I'm not the one in charge of that. I cannot actually tell you of the organization, but I know we have written to Rendell Matters, and they told us, they replied to us that they have written, I think, 3 times. They are also waiting for a reply. To today, there is no any other reply.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, quite recently we heard of what happened where the Bangladeshi youth actually, they were mobilized and they changed the political scene in Bangladesh. What are some of the lessons you feel the Nigerian youth can draw from that event in Bangladesh?
Well, I think the Nigerian youth and Bangladesh had different mindsets. I like using the word mindset because the way we think is not the way other people think. And Bangladesh, not just Bangladesh, I think we saw what happened in Kenya. We saw what happened in Bangladesh also. The transformation or changing governments does not just overstood one day. I think it's something that they have been planning for a long period of time. And, you know, when you take someone to the wall, when he's trying to come back, he come back with a full force. I think they have been feeling the pain of democracy, and I think it's not working out for them. So that is why they decided to push back in a harder force, which led to what happened today in Bangladesh. Nigeria are not ready. The Nigerian youth are not ready. Let me just say the truth. Very few are working towards the development of this nation. I can boldly tell you that when you have 100 youth, 80% of that 100 youth for their own self-interest. They are not for the interest of the nation. And that's why it's much more easy for the government or the politicians to use them and to achieve their own personal interests also. So Nigeria has a distinct difference between us and the youth, the mindset, and that of Bangladesh.
Kabir, you've mentioned mindset quite a number of times, and I would now like to ask, what do you think can be done to educate people, to make them understand, to change the mindset? Of course, the way people think, that's the way they react. So how do you think that we can work on the mindset of the youth to become better, to become much more of a productive one?
Well, changing the mindset is not an easy task, actually, but there are a number of ways we can use and which we have now adopted and we are still using, and we get to realize that it's working for us. And these youths need to be bring on board. You need to bring them closer to you to understand their problems, to understand their needs. If today you see someone taking drugs, You cannot just judge him by saying that he's a drug addict, he's a drunkard, he's this. You have to understand what's taking him into that drugs. What is the problem? How can we help him out? And sometimes when you are discussing with these people, you understand that, okay, they lack financial support, they lack parental care, they lack this, they lack that. Some will even tell you that they are graduates, they don't have job to do. They applied more than 100 times, they got rejected, and before you know, they enter into social vices, into drugs, into violent acts and banditry, and so on and so forth. So when we bring this youth on board, trying to let them know that, okay, you can do more better with your life, I think it will be an easier way to tackle the problem of youth and changing their own mindset. Because the mindset is everything. You having the mindset that is clear is extremely good and much more better for you than anything. So changing the mindset of Nigerian is not an easy task. But when you bring them close to you, talk to them, understand their problem, and you can see how you can change their own way of thinking, their way of life, and you can make your own impact on them.
All right, Mr. Kabiru, before we let you go, very quickly, you have mentioned things around performing root cause analysis and needs assessment to find out what really is the problem, why they think the way they think, so that it can be, properly addressed. So my question to you is, aside hardship and hunger, what are some of the barriers you feel are militating against this change in mindset to become more productive for the Nigerian youth?
Well, I think there are limited educational opportunities because most of these youth, they're in hunger, they're in poverty, they're unemployed. I think when they have a stable source of income, they have unlimited educational opportunities that they can keep on advancing themselves. I think that will keep them so much busy that they will distance themselves and they will distance themselves from all these social vices, all these agitations and upbringings, kidnapping, violence, banditry, and so on and so forth, and all these negative acts that is been happening. When the youth are engaged, when the government bring them close, when other organizations, the private stakeholders bring them on board, they discuss with them, they understand their own needs, and they make impact on them. I think it will be much more easier for the Nigerian to be on a steadfast of development.
Thank you very much, Kabir, for your input and insight on this topic. We do appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Yes. So because of time, we'll have to let him go. Kabir Mohammed has been discussing on the negligence, the dangers of youth negligence in Nigeria, the impact it has, and possible solutions that can be put in place to bring the youth closer, and to, of course, the youth are the futures of tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow is here already. So we'll go on a very short break. When we come back, we have much more interviews lined up for you. Stay tuned. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. See you after the break.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, 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 and then everything continues to go bad.
healthcare professionals continue to seek greener pastures abroad, the Nigerian healthcare ecosystem has suffered a lot in terms of understaffing and poor healthcare delivery. And joining us in studio to discuss the subject matter is Comrade Eddie Chukwuemeka Ohekwiro. Comrade Ohekwiro is the immediate past Public Relations Officer, National Union of Allied Health Professionals. Comrade, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for making our time to be in the studio.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we are talking brain drain, and in our local parlance, the Jackpot syndrome.
Yeah.
How has it affected the healthcare and allied professionals? Just a brief overview of the trend in your sector.
Massively. Massively, has affected us massively. You remember, brain drain is not just peculiar to the health sector. It's a general thing, but just that because it has drained the human resources in health badly, and we're not having replacements. And the next alternative is near death. So the health sector, it seems to be at the focal point. So it has affected us massively. The exodus of people is unprecedented. And the replacement is nowhere to come about because as people are even graduating, their mindset is targeted not to work for Nigeria because Nigeria seems not to be working. So you do not hold people back when you don't provide them with the necessary things they need.
Okay, so talking about a system that is a form of a replacement, could you elaborate on that? What do you mean by a system that replaces once these professionals leave?
You see, what could have necessitated replacement should be better working environment, security in the system, better pay. Migration is just like osmosis, moving from lower concentration to a place of higher concentration. Higher concentration could be better environment, better pay, better equipment. In Nigeria, you see frustrating health personnel. Frustrating in the sense that you know what to do, but you don't have the capacity to do it and save life. So it doesn't give you job satisfaction to retain in the system. So people leave for various reasons. Okay? There are people who you see a system where you know what actually to do for this person to continue to live, but you don't have the equipment to do it. So why would you remain in the system? It's frustrating. So the replacement could have been a situation where people leave probably to get more knowledge, and you see younger people who are graduating that will want to replace them. But we don't have that because you don't have the ability for the government to send you for outside trainings that could have necessitated a replacement for you till you come back. So people just fund themselves outside. And so the ones that are coming in do not even want to land in the system. They just go away.
So what are the major consequences of this jackpot syndrome and the brain drain in our country?
The major consequences is that it has increased the mortality rate in Nigeria. That is the major. The mortality and morbidity rates in Nigeria have increased, significantly.
One of the newspaper headlines today stated that doctors are complaining of the high electricity tariff, that patients are dying. What do you think the government are doing wrong in this aspect?
You see, the general economic meltdown is affecting every sector and is hitting us badly. Because situations where you need energy to sustain equipment that could sustain life, and those energies are not there, the direct implication is that you lose the patient. That is the direct consequence. Okay, so these are energy. I want to also commend the president that recently tried to, ensure that the local governments get autonomy, because that also has an overreaching effect on every sector, including the health. Because if you have a system where you have a local government chairman who is interested in improving the health of his local people, he will have the funds to do that. But you could have a system before now where you have somebody who have what it takes to improve the health of his people, but he doesn't have the funds.
All right, Comrade, a while ago we had Comrade Ben Asoga come into the studio to talk to us, and he was reiterating so many aspects where the professionals in the allied and health care sector are finding it worse off than their counterparts in the medical sector. Do you think this issue of brain drain affects those in the allied healthcare sector much more than it does the medical doctors?
It affects virtually everybody. We are the worst hit.
How so?
The reason why we are the worst hit is that go and check the professions. you find out that most of the professionals in our union do not necessarily need some level of certification examination outside before they go. So the road is very clear and smooth. For instance, check physiotherapists and other people in our union. They don't need any certification. They are wanted. So they are not like other professions who will need to write this exam or write that exam or go there and even start afresh. Ours is just exodus, movement. So you see that the way people are living, in fact, people that are now there are either because they've not had the opportunity to leave or one family issue or the other is weighing them back. Otherwise, the exodus is massive.
Okay, so let's now talk about the policy the president signed into law.
Thank you.
That he said medical personnel, experts shouldn't leave the country. They will make. What's your take on this?
Well, we have been with Nigerian government for long. We know how they operate. Most of these good policies have sinister moves, sinister undertone, hidden in it. Government, it is good that government is saying that we'll make, life good for the health workers, we'll pay them well and this and that. But that's not the true situation of things they want to do. Go and look at that policy. There is somewhere in that policy where it's saying that, 1:1 replacement, so that if any foreign country is taking one, you replace one. It's just a way to make sure that you stop forcefully health professionals from leaving. Not that you're providing them with what they need. The Japa syndrome is not just an intra-Japa syndrome. There is also inter. The inter, I mean, local government health workers want to Japa from local government and come into state.
Yes.
Why? Because the state pay well, better than the local government. Those in the state want to Japa from state to federal. Why? Because the federal pays well. There are people who are currently not even paying the health system structure, salary structure, to their local people, to their state people. Within the states, you see people who want to leave the state Ministry of Health and migrate to the teaching hospital. For instance, the 2009 salary structure that was signed by President Yar'Adua was 10% of it was implemented by the then government of Sullivan Chema in Enugu State. 60% of it was implemented by the then Ugwuanyi's regime. It's just this current governor that have signed into law 100% yet implemented. It's not yet implemented, but he has signed that it will be 100%. This is 2024. It was signed in 2009. So why will people stay? I sincerely do not think that this government, Nigerian government, prioritizes the health of its people.
Actually, what are some of the things you feel are cogs in the wheel of development in terms of pay packets in the health sector? Why does it take so long between policy formation and policy implementation?
Willingness.
I understand.
The political willpower,
okay.
One, and corruption in the system. You see, the politics we practice does not support learning. A system where you have the minimum entry into politics is secondary school education, and you become a legislator, and you'll be legislating on the salary structures of people who have gone to universities and the rest of them. You don't understand. Okay, you check the salary of a health worker, average salary of a health worker, put it side by side with the average salary of a legislator. So it doesn't support learning. That is number one. Number two is that political class, because they are not patronizing the health system we produce in Nigeria, are not interested in making it formidable. When a senator, a House of Rep member, a governor, a local government chairman is sick, he jabbers to go and receive treatment. So tell me how that person will invest in the system. You saw what happened to us in COVID. We are virtually left with nothing. We could not manage it until we had foreign interventions because we have left our backyard so porous that we do not have anything to sustain emergencies. So that is the situation.
Do you think there is something that both the private sector and the government can do to curb this menace?
Yes. If the government has the willpower, there are where they can draw sustenance. For instance, the National Health Insurance Agency could have been a very good system which if the government harnesses and insulates it from the regular corruption in the system, could have been able to a very large extent, sustain the health. Health insurance is all about, socioeconomic status of everybody. You pay the much you can afford and get services the much you need. There are social factors. This phone is a socioeconomic status. People recharge according to what they can afford and use what you see. You can target into that, you can capture into that, and make sure that people pay according to what they can afford and also get services the much they need.
Does that have any direct impact on the pay package of the health worker that will make such a professional not want to, travel
I have told
out?
you that it is not only pay package that makes people leave. Availability of equipment, materials. Go to the hospitals. Just take a look to the hospitals. Hospitals lack basic things they need to use to support life. You see the incidence of slump and die is trending. But there are things people could have had, including training, common CPR, that everybody should have the knowledge about. They don't have it because, it is not as if it is rocket science to get people trained, but it is not the priority of government. So what I'm saying is that health insurance could actually make some of those things available, including the funding to provide those things, insulated from corruption anyway. I said it had been an issue. Because if you're not insulated from corruption, it will still go down the way most monies that have been saved, including our pension, is going down. So we need to insulate this thing and have the commitment, patriotism, to get things working in this country. It's unfortunate that things are not working.
Okay, you know of this trend of where people tell you that when you are sick, it's better to go to a private hospital than to a government hospital. Does this thing affect the privates too? And how come they have much more of equipment and probably better pays than the government sectors?
That is why I say corruption is a key factor. A situation where a private individual can get things. And it is not just in health.
Yeah, of course.
It's just not in health. Yes. Nigerian refineries are down. But a private individual just floated one. So it is corruption in depthum. They say corruption profundus. So corruption is in depthum, and we need to weed it out. If we don't, it will kill us. That is why a private individual can afford to have the equipment you need. Meanwhile, that person could also be working in a government institution, and yet the ones he's working with are not functional in the government institution. But when you go to the private, it works. So it is just a way to, make government not to work for the people, because health is one of the social contracts government has with the people. And if you're not fulfilling that, your life expectancy will continue to drop.
All right, comrade, nobody is out to reinvent the wheel. Are there some best practices, strategies, or models Nigeria can actually look to and adopt and adapt into Nigeria to curb this issue of brain drain?
Yes, there are systems that are working.
Could you share with us?
Where are people migrating to? What are they migrating there for? Politicians even know better than me what you're discussing, because they know where they go to receive treatments. Make those things available in Nigeria. I can comfortably tell you, with the increase in electricity tariff and all of them, basic health care have eluded the financial grip of most people in Nigeria. So it's frustrating. So Nigeria government and other government can reinvent. They can actually look at how do you make these health workers work. I learned that the governor of Ebonyi State is doing something like that. He's looking at people who do not want to leave the system, and he's providing them with enormous things they need, including getting them vehicles and the rest of them to make life easier for them. These are things governments could do for health workers. Why are they leaving? Most of them are leaving so that they can be able to provide shelter for themselves, having watched their bosses retire into oblivion. So you better leave when you're young. Okay? When the people that are working knows that government has their interest at heart, okay, that when you age, by that time you age, some sicknesses that come with aging will start coming, and you do not have the resources to pay. It becomes a worrisome thing. Then you have to leave on time to make hay while the sun shines. So government can actually sincerely and honestly, not signing policies into policy that will clamp down people forcefully. You can't. People will resist it. Definitely, this is democracy. Okay? But if you sincerely start improving the well-being of health workers, you can start from the inter before you go intra. Make sure that the CONHES payment is cut across every health worker. That the local government, that the guy working in the rural area is receiving the same pay the guy working in Abuja is received. So the guy in Abuja will also see that cost of living could affect me more. Let me go down to the rural area and work. That is, if you start doing that, then we know that you're committed in doing those things in those policy
Wouldn't that
documents.
be a constitutional issue?
No, how will it be a constitutional issue? We have what we call minimum wage. It's supported. Okay? If we have minimum wage, then those things can be negotiated. Meanwhile, the president has the powers to sign executive orders to make sure that, because you want to make sure there is no health crisis in your country. So it is not out of the place for a president to sign executive order to sustain such things and also fund it.
Okay. Chigi, you said you wanted to ask about the government having to work in Abuja and having to work in the rural areas.
Yes, I was going to talk primary healthcare. We can only imagine the burden of this brain drain on grassroots, healthcare. So what are some of the things that local governments recently have gotten their autonomy, although it hasn't been fully implemented yet, but what are some of the things that the local governments can begin to do at grassroots to ameliorate the impact of brain drain?
Every patient that comes to the tertiary institution comes from a local government. And if those primary health cares are functional, the tertiary system will only be taking referrals. Go and look at most tertiary hospitals, they are doing the work of primary health care. Because they are lacking. I don't want to mention any local government, but it cuts across. There are no doctors in our primary health centers. There are no nurses. There are no supporting staff. No ambulance in the whole local government. Yes, Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals. Yes.
Is there anything your group is doing to actually mount pressure on government to improve not just the pay package, but most of the things you mentioned to close some of these gaps? Has there been any pressure on government? Because we understand with trends in Nigeria, government doesn't give you anything on a platter. You have to mount pressure. So has there been that sort of pressure on government? And can you be specific about that?
Yes. The unions are mounting a lot of pressure. But government and their way. We are mounting pressure. For instance, aside my core union, you see the joint union coming together the other day to mount pressure on government to pay subsidy on the electricity or health, on the tertiary health institutions. These are one of the things they are doing. We, on our own, Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, are also mounting pressure to see that those packages that our people are getting abroad, that is attracting them, those higher concentrations, is it possible for government to make it available? In ENUGU state here, our union also mounted pressure to see that the governor implemented the CONHES 100%. This will also ameliorate the level of departure of health workers. I commend the governor for immediately signing that 100% CONHES, but he has not been paid.
Has it been gazetted?
Yes, he has been gazetted, but he has not been paid. What we understand as implementation is when our people receive the money. When we receive the money, we know that you cannot easily take it back. But if it stops at paper and the rest of them, we consider it not being implemented. But I congratulate the governor for taking that leap to sign 100%. From 2009 to 2024, it's remaining 5 years, it will become a decade or 2 decades or thereabout.
If this continues with the way governments are going, what do you think is going to be the consequences on the healthcare sector and even Nigeria as a whole?
The health system already is nosediving. In 1985, we are 57th. We are ranking 57th out of 191 countries. Well, now we are 187. Currently, we are 187. Only better than 3 countries or thereabout. So, what we need to do, the problem actually started from 1985. Otherwise, we are increasing. There was a time when people come to Nigeria from high-class families. The princes and the princesses, the kings, come to Nigeria to seek for healthcare. But it nosedived when the military took over in 1985 and did so many things wrong. But it is left for this democracy to start retracing their footsteps and getting things right. I have told you the WHO ranking. In 1985, you can check it, we are 57th. Out of
in the world?
Yes. Today, we are 187th. I don't know what you can rank it if you're a lecturer.
All right. Comrade, you mentioned there are a couple of professions under your union. Can you mention some of those professions and then mention which of the professions have the most tendency to, suffer this brain drain?
We have medical laboratory scientists, we have pharmacists, we have radiographers, physiotherapists, dietitians.
Okay.
All of them, health information managers.
Okay, non-clinical health.
Yeah, we have clinical health professionals.
Okay.
In our union. Everybody has the capacity to migrate because you see what is happening outside the country. We are like a system that is producing health workers for the others.
Exportation.
Yes. And we are starving in the midst of plenty. We produce, but they don't stay because we don't have the capacity to keep them. And they leave. So every profession under our union has the capacity to move. The only thing I have told you have been issue is that one factor or the other that I do not see, it could be minimal patriotism, because patriotism comes when you see that the leaders are leading by example. Not when everybody is like a butcher with a hack knife trying to get his own portion. So why are you there?
Yeah, you mentioned something interesting. You said our problem started in 1985.
Yes.
That was talking about a particular decree.
Yes.
A policy, a healthcare policy. Can you elaborate on that and tie it around why it is causing brain drain, decades down the line?
Thank you very much. You see, we used to have a system where we have the core administrators manage the health institutions.
Please,
in 1985,
break it down. Break it down so our viewer can understand what you mean.
In 1985, they were called hospital governors. These are people who go abroad, go to the United States, go everywhere. You see people studying hospital administration and management, health administration and management. These people are core administrators managing the health system. So you now have clinicians, you now have medical lab scientists, you now have doctors, you now have pharmacists come to work where they manage. You understand? It's like, a hotel, you have the hotel manager. Meanwhile, there you have the cook, you have the hospital, everybody there. But he manages and oversees everything and makes sure they are working. But His Excellency President Babangida came in and drove them away and closed that office and reinvented the office of the Chief Medical Director. And it became a birthright for professionals, the doctors. So that's actually killed the system. So many people, were also not ready to work in a system where they don't know when they will rise. Because if you're not this person, you can never get there.
So you're saying the disenfranchisement also contributes to brain drain?
Massively. Massively. It contributed. Could you imagine a situation where in Nigeria where you say that only those who studied political science can be the presidents of Nigeria? What happens to all those contributions brought in by those who are Botany, Major, Obasanjo, who was a military man, and other? What happens to those contributions? So you don't have a situation where you are pinned down and you want to remain there. You leave. The Director General of the WHO today is not a medical practitioner. You can check that.
Rules.
So these are factors. Like I told you, it's a myriad of problems, but we can start from one and solve it gradually till we get there.
Of course, when we spoke about the dichotomy that happens between the doctors and you're speaking of how only medical doctors are now the chief medical directors, of course. Do you think that too plays a factor in nurses leaving the country?
Yes, it does. Huge. Okay? Because there is no way, nurses, yes, every profession has its own humble beginning.
Yes.
Okay? Even medicine started as a diploma course until it became a graduate course, postgraduate, and the rest of them. Nurses also. And they have graduates who also now have the capacity to, administrative capacity is in abundance there. But if you pin them down and say that they will never grow, it becomes a problem. And if you don't also encourage them to go on in-service trainings, it becomes a problem. Nobody wants to remain stagnant in life. Nobody. Everybody wants to.
Finally, before we let you go,
can
you give us solutions to these things? Possible solutions or policies that can be put in place to curb this?
Yes.
Please hold that thought. I have something. Is there any collaborations between diasporan healthcare professionals and those in Nigeria? Is there any platform at all that brings those in the diaspora and those in Nigeria together?
It's always those collaborations seems to directed more on intervention on the rural people or people who might not be able to afford certain care. Okay. It's not a formal informal interaction that leads to policy changes, because it could be difficult for somebody abroad to come and affect policy changes here. We are the people doing it, but we still have, exchange of ideas that could be used at every point in time to, reform our own policies here. But there is no formal, but they still, people who are there still come back here, to find one intervention or the other to sustain the rural dwellings.
All right, finally on some of your suggestions on the way forward.
Yes. Yeah, government needs to be sincere, okay? And probably bring every profession in the healthcare to a round table, and we discuss a way forward. We can invent a new policy that will make everybody be at home and be patriotic and build the Nigerian health system. It's a teamwork. No one profession can do it alone. Down to the cleaner is important in the health system.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Eddie Chukwuemeka Ohekwiro. It's been insightful. It's been really educating having you come into the studio to do justice to this topic. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, if you're still with us, still new day, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. And when we come back, the discussion continues with Godwin Sunday from Abuja. Get ready for all the juicy details and exciting updates from the entertainment world on Entertainment News right here on your TV screen. I am your host, Quincy Rowland. And we have Beat King, a beloved Houston rapper and producer, dies at 39 years. Beat King passed away in a Houston hospital Thursday after suffering a pulmonary embolism. It was reported that the rapper was doing a morning takeover at the urban radio station when he fainted and was rushed to a nearby hospital. He passed away later that same day, and his two daughters by his side. Music fans best known Beat King for his viral 2020 TikTok hit, Then Leave, for which the rapper gained international attention. Prior to his big internet hit, Beat King was well known in the Texas party scene, where his music was often played at colleges and clubs throughout the 10s. His other hits include SDAB, which featured 2 Chainz and Juicy J, Outside and Keep It Poppin' feat. Ludacris and Queen.com. And we have popular Nigerian businessman and socialite Obinna Ojiebu, aka Obi Kubana, has disclosed that nobody in his family attains the age of 80. Obi Kubana said his late mother tried to break the generational jinx, but could not because she died at the age of 79. Speaking with media personality Chude Jideon, Obi Kubana said his family decided to throw a lavish party funeral for his mother because she could not break the generational jinx. He said in his family nobody has lived up to 80 years, and is saying this for the first time. His father died at 66, grandmother died at 75, grandfather died at 78, and it ran true to his mom, who tried to break the jinx but died at 79 and a half. Famous rapper Nicki Minaj has expressed her admiration for Nigerian singer Ayodeji Balogun, aka Wizkid. Speaking during a recent stream on Station Head, the Queen of Rap said she has much love and respect for Wizkid. Minaj described the Ojueleba crooner as very chill and smart. She said Wizkid is a very, very chill and cool guy. He's really that guy, very smart, and has much love and respect for him. She also revealed that they met while she was recording her 2018 album, Queen, in a studio in Queens, New York. Despite rumors of Wizkid and Nicki Minaj collaboration over the years, the duo has not yet released any song together or confirmed that they have an unreleased song together. Big Brother Naija No Lose Guard contestant Femi has revealed that he auditioned for the reality show 9 times before being lucky this season. During his diary session, Femi lamented about his pair, the Radicals, being in the bottom 4 every week. He said his colleague Toby Forge asked him and his partner Mickey to change their personalities to appeal to viewers in a bid to get their votes, but he can't. Femi explained that he can't be what he is not, stressing that he doesn't like to pretend. The Radicals were in the bottom 4 in the first week, but were saved by the custodians Ndine. They were also in the bottom 4 the second week, but the custodians of that week, Streets, exempted them and sent the Ndine pair packing. Stay tuned for a roller coaster ride with me through the glamorous world of entertainment. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us on all of our social media platforms. I remain your host, Quincy Rowland. See you next time, and remember, the show must go on.
Most of our leaders, the Igbo leaders, because what they want is just for their pockets. They don't think about the others. So, and we Igbos, we are hardworking, we are strong, and anywhere we go, we like to show that yes, we are there. But the problem among us is we don't trust each other. You see an Igbo man now trying to sell his own brother just for the money, which is very bad. So, assuming we all come together as one, we will make Igbo land work better again.
The Igbo doesn't have a leader, because if you have money, you're a leader. That's the passion. That's the expression in Igbo land. No matter how old you are or how mature you are, if you don't have something to bring to the table, your voice is going to go out. But if you have money, the money speaks for Igbo land. But if that can be corrected, at least the youth will hear from the leaders. The young one will go from the leaders. But because of money now, they don't want to hear from the elders. And at least if they can humble themselves, hear from the elders, they will give them the past experience. So they won't repeat the mistakes that the elders will repeat it.
In Igbo land, they doesn't regard, they assume that everybody is equal. They doesn't say this person is this or this person is that. They assume that everybody is the same. It has done so many things in Igbo land to the extent that people doesn't regard the person they're supposed to regard, to give regards to or to give respect to because of that adage, and it has caused so many things in Igbo land.
We Igbos, because I'm an Igbo, we don't, like, I don't know how to explain it, understand? So we do whatever we decide to do based on our own, alright? Based on the protest now. Nobody asked us not to do protest, not to protest. But we agreed to not to protest, understand? So I believe that we are not allowed to be ruled by any tribe or whatever. We are the king of our own.
I will agree and disagree also with it. The reason why I say so is the Igbo race is a signified and well-organized region and an independent region that does not actually believe in a particular person to make things right. Unlikewise, other regions like maybe the northern or the western region, you get the Igbo region. They believe in work hard to yourself. You get that doesn't mean we don't have a leader. We still have a leader we submit to. We have in the Igbo race, we have the Igwe. We have the Igwe cabinets. That's the cabinet of the Igwe, and these people, they help in deciding what we do traditionally. You get. Then when you come in terms of government, the Igbo race comprises of the southeastern states, which we have our governors just like the West have. We have our senators just like the West and the South have. So if there is anyone saying that Igbo, meaning that Igbo does not have leaders, it's a propaganda to me. I don't. When I say it's a propaganda, and it's an accusation on us, which we don't know about that.
Well, Igbo is in Igbo land. Everybody knows that in Igbo land, everybody is their own man. Do you understand? Igbos, we are not used to being too submissive. We always like enjoy being our own boss. Do you understand? So, but regardless, within us, we usually have somebody that stands out. Somebody that all of us collectively will come out and say, we want this person to represent us. We want this person to like speak for us. Do you understand? So that is it.
Igbo is derogatory. It's a propaganda against the Igbo race. Normally, right from time, Igbos don't have a king. If you come to an Igbo community and are having a meeting, what you have is the eldest man in the community. After that, you have a council of chiefs. And then this titled man is either you're a great wrestler, or you're a farmer, or you're a dancer. These are the ranking of leadership in Igbo land. Then every married man has a right to come to that meeting and air his opinion. So you don't come and then you say, like up north or down west, where the emir or the Oba will have to tell everybody what they have to do. No. I once interviewed late Justice Oputa, and he said, if you want an Igbo man to follow you and trek to Kana, you have to convince him. That's because he has an independent mind. It's not like who will say, oh yes, man, but everything goes. It's not for the Igbo man. So when you say Igbo Enweze, it does not mean we don't have leaders. It's just that we are independent minded.
From the newspaper headline to the newspaper review and to the interviews we had, it has been an amazing, amazing drive. And I've, of course, been doing this with a Chigi.
Chigi here, Chigi Chagaram. And it's been amazing from my end too, Joshua.
Yes, yes, yes. So I hope you enjoyed all that we had for you today. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Of course, you can go to our website at www.signaturetv.org to get more updates and information happening around you and across the world. My name still remains Joshua Ritogun.
I'm Chigi Chagaram.
And this is me saying goodbye.
Bye.
The dread alarm for where we are staying now has been sounded very, very many years ago. If you take a retrospective view of our nation, you remember we had a first republic that had vision. We had the likes of Sardauna of Sokoto, we have Tafawa Balewa, we have Zik, we had Awolowo, and so on and so forth. These were visionary politicians who were working on political manifesto and agenda. And then we had what we call 5-year development plan, 10-year development, and so on and so forth. Those people were not narrow identity politicians. They were passionate politicians. They were committed politicians. They were not there to satisfy their pockets. They were there to render service to humanity. And by their simple move, you will agree with me that the First Republic politicians left so many legacies. For example, if you talk of Sir Ahmad Bello, yes, he was a conservative. He was seen by many as a religious bigot, but yet he left legacies. What are the legacies? ABU was the legacy. Kaduna Polytechnic was a legacy. There was a Northern Nigerian Development Corporation legacy. There was a Bank of the North, another legacy. These were destroyed by these narrow identity Northern politicians. If you go to the West, for example, Awolowo left legacies. You know, we met how many years ago? About 30 years ago. If you go to Ibadan up till now, you see the Cuckoo House. These are valid living legacies. And then you are talking of free education, these were legacies, and so on and so forth. But when you fast forward, you discover that the politics we are playing now are no politics of direction. They are visionless politics of visionless politicians, rerouting us to further destructions and they cover up with their religious bigotry, they cover up with tribalism, they cover up with narrow identity politics. So it's a gradual progression.
That got us here.
That got us here. You remember in radio, in those days when we met, the training schools were functioning very well. You had a radio station, you have a servicing training school that produces people for succession of broadcasting. This has been killed. Then you look at other areas, banking sector, succession formula was there. Then you look at the school system, succession formula, they were there. And then you look at even politics. They were building politicians that would take over. We had the likes of Aminu Kano, we had all of them. Yes, they may belong to different parties, but they were united in leaving legacies of progress and development for the nation. So if you fast forward now, what do we see? Local governments that are dead, state functionaries that the governors are despotic and ruling like tyrannical rulers of empires. So, and then if you look again, the media, where we were over 30 years ago, there were dread alarms warning politicians that if they continue doing what they were doing, they were going to sink. Now, the First Republic politicians did not listen, they sank. Shagari and his group did not listen, they sank. Fast forward a little bit, NPN and even PDP were warned. They didn't listen. Even in AB, where I had my first degree, there were serious
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today I have an African. I like to refer to a different kind of African. A man who fought in the trenches in South Africa, though he was not black, but he stood with the blacks and fought for the freedom of South Africa. He fought for a South Africa where neither the white nor the black was going to be dominated. In the process of doing that, he partnered and worked with other great names in South Africa. He went to prison at a young age and suffered for what he believed in. It is my pleasure to welcome Dennis Theodore Goldberg.
Good day to you. Good to be here.
Yeah, Mr. Goldberg, you're welcome.
Thank you.
In 1960, you went to prison.
Yes.
And in 1963 and 1964, you stood alongside the great Nelson Mandela,
yes,
facing what many described even then as the trial of the century. Can you look back and tell me about those days?
Well, we had taken up arms to conduct an armed struggle against the apartheid racism by law, backed up by armed force, massive armed forces and police force. Any civilian peaceful protests were met with force. People were shot dead, there were massacres, there were imprisonments. Even the women protesting in a huge march to the seat of government in Pretoria, the police turned their dogs on them, ripped their beautiful dresses to pieces. And you mustn't mess with the women. They inspired the men to fight back even harder. That was 1956, I think. And so there was a need to put an end to this violence. But there was the need to put an end to the indignity of apartheid. Black people were treated as though they were not people. In South Africa, the hierarchy was whites, then people called colored, and then people called Indian, Asian, and then Africans, who were 2/3 of the population, who had no political rights, could not vote, could not sit in parliament, could not go on strike, that was illegal, had to get permission if they wanted to go from the countryside to the city to work, and if they got permission had to leave their wives and children behind. What sort of a country is that? How growing up, as I did in World War II, where even white South Africa joined Britain and the other allies against Nazi Germany, against racism, against domination and control. And yet in South Africa, we practiced all the very things that we were fighting against. So even as a little boy, I mean, I was 12 at the end of World War II, I knew this was wrong. My parents were political activists. They'd come from England. They rejected racism. We had people of all races in our house. I knew people. I respected them. We'd sit at supper. There's one little potato left, and I would want it, and my mother would offer it to a visitor. Doesn't matter if he's black or white. Family hold back. You serve your guests. You respect people. And so this is what I learned. And as I grew up, I wanted to be an engineer. I wanted to build houses and railways and roads and bridges for people. That was my dream. And I was able to get to university because I'm a white kid. And my father had a tough time keeping me there, but he made it. Education's important, of course. And then I discovered I could build for white South Africans, not black South Africans, not for people. So first you change the country, then you can be an engineer. And it took too long, so I never became an engineer again. Why get involved? Because it was wrong. And not just that the police operated in brutal ways and racism by law, and hundreds of thousands of people went to prison every year under the past laws that controlled the lives of black South Africans. Children died of starvation in a rich country. In the Eastern Cape province, where Nelson Mandela comes from, half of all children were dead by age 5 years from hunger, lack of medical care. For whites, there was one doctor for 400 people, and then specialists and hospitals on top. For black South Africans, one doctor for 80,000 people. Better in Soweto, in the black townships, one doctor for 3,000 people. I mean, the total injustice of it. And who created the wealth? Black mine workers, black laborers, black workers. And so apartheid wasn't just about racism. Racism was the instrument of creating cheap labor. I like to say cheap labor makes fat profits. In the gold mines, in industries, in factories, in commerce, in transport, in the quarries. That's where the wealth of our country comes from. And people weren't sharing in it. And half of our people were never employed in the formal economy, over half. They were kept in the reserves. 2/3 of the population were given 13% of the land. Whites took the best land for themselves. Why? You can't make a living off the land, you've got to go to work. And you've got to go to work for whatever wage you can get, because you've got to pay taxes in money. A hut tax, a wife tax, a dog tax. I'm putting them together deliberately that way. And a cow tax and so on. And if the man got the job, then he had to send money home to keep the family, but he couldn't take the family with him. So the family was broken. The children grew up without their dads. It's not good for children. And I grew up knowing all of this. And I knew black workers went on strike, and I knew the women protested, and I felt I had to help, otherwise I'm part of the brutality. Okay. I didn't want to be part of the brutality.
Okay, you know, a lot of Africans who are not South Africans keep wondering whether that was South Africa the way it had always been. But I remember that apartheid was backed by law in 1948.
Yeah.
What was life in South Africa before 1948, when the National Party came and constitutionalized apartheid?
You know, it was a change in the sense of intensifying the racial segregation. It was called racial segregation under British colonial rule, and then English-based industry and commerce and dominant English. And then the Afrikaners always wanted their place in the sun as whites. But they had to play catch-up. They weren't in the big business field. They'd been kept out of it. How were they going to catch up? They were going to use government and laws to create the conditions where they could get rich quick. And in 20 years, there was a stratum of very rich white Afrikaans-speaking South Africans who were made partners with English-speaking South Africans to exploit black workers much more intensively. But for over 300 years, we've had racial segregation, nearly 400 years now, ever more intense. It was a way when diamonds, it was always there when farmers settled and they took the land and stole the cattle. And when the indigenous people took the cattle back again, they called them thieves and had wars. And the British Empire took control in 1806 during the Napoleonic Wars. It took a whole century to conquer South Africa. And they had troops from all over the British Commonwealth, India and Australia and New Zealand and Canada and so on, to fight the African people. And they conquered them one tribe after another. And the Zulu people were the last to be conquered. In 1906, King Bambata of the Zulu people, he trained his people to use firearms. And they put up a tremendous resistance, but they couldn't fight against the whole army. And the British, when they'd conquered the Zulu people, they cut off Chief Bambata's head and put it on a pike staff and carried it around to say, you see what happens to you when you fight against the British. They called themselves civilized.
And that gave rise to, of course, the African National Congress, civil disobedience.
Yes, what do you call it? Gandhiist ideas of peaceful, passive resistance. But, you know, it wasn't like India, where in a country of 400 million people at the time, 10,000 British soldiers and administrators controlled everything. They could go home. In South Africa, there were millions of whites. Nobody wanted them. And so, in effect, they became part of South Africa, and they couldn't be driven out unless you killed them. And in South Africa, fortunately, I think, for white people and African people themselves, there is this philosophy of African humanism. We call it Ubuntu. We are who we are only through other people. In other words, we must be respectful and equal. And apartheid could not be equal. Not just because of the violence, but because it was inherently unequal. And so our people said enough's enough.
The Sharpeville massacre was one event that jolted the world.
Indeed.
It opened the eyes of the world to what was going on in South Africa. Tell me what happened and how, I mean, watching from a very close point, how you could describe the events of that year.
You know, the gradual development of anti-pass law campaigns, for men especially, but they wanted to impose them on women as well. And there was great rivalry between the African National Congress and the Pan-Africanist Congress, which broke away from the ANC over the Freedom Charter, which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And the Pan-Africanist Congress said, no, no, it belongs only to black South Africans. And so we were all our political movements were working to put an end to the pass laws. And the PAC called for a huge protest rally at Sharpeville near Johannesburg. And some thousands of people gathered to hand in their passbooks as a way of peaceful protest. The police opened fire and shot 69 people dead in just a few minutes. They said they were shot at. It was never true. They wounded, I think, 189 people. In Cape Town, 3 were murdered. I live in Cape Town. And some, I don't remember how many, were wounded. But Parliament sits in Cape Town. It was in session. And the next morning, some 30,000 people marched out of the black townships to Parliament to protest. Of course, the police stopped them. A young student, Philip Khasana, led the march in little short pants. And he was induced to speak to the chief of police, who then arrested him. And the Parliament declared a state of emergency. Some 20,000 people were arrested. And the world really did sit up and take notice. And I think that was really the birth of the worldwide anti-apartheid movement. So that our struggle internally had backing from people all over the world. Western governments, their people tried to force them to act because they supported apartheid, they supported the investment of big business, mines, industry. The countries of Eastern Europe, the Soviet bloc, supported our struggle directly with formal committees guided from above to provide solidarity from masses of people. And all of this made it a worldwide issue. Eventually, the British Commonwealth met the heads of state and said they were going to expel South Africa over its policies, racial policies, the new countries independent in Africa, Ghana and Nigeria and so on. And the South African government under Dr. Verwoerd withdrew before they could be expelled. And then said they were going to create a republic. And we called a protest because the whites only voted for a republic. And we didn't mind if we were a republic or we had a queen. That wasn't important. What was important was that the constitution of the new republic, white republic, said there shall never be equality in church and state between black and white. But the whole movement of our people through our Freedom Charter, for example, where 10,000 of meetings were held, where people could say what they wanted, our move from between African, colored and Indian people and the African National Congress and the Congress Alliance was for a non-racial South Africa. We called it multiracial in those days. And here we were entrenching racism. So a general strike was called. And the apartheid government called out all its soldiers, 200,000 armed people, to crush this strike. We called it a stay at home because striking was illegal for black workers, but staying at home was a little legal nicety. And they simply crushed it with armed force and forced people back to work at gunpoint. And so our people started talking of taking up arms. There was a treason trial. The apartheid government said the Freedom Charter was high treason. How could you change the government unless you used force? The very basis of it. So that's high treason. Trial went on for 4 years, 156 people arrested. And the great leaders were together every day. Even during the state of emergency, black leaders all together. It was like being in permanent political plenary session. In the end, after 4 years, they were found not guilty. But there was a new strength of purpose in the Congress Alliance. And there were individuals who wanted to go out and commit acts of terrorism, random acts against any white. And since the ANC, led by the Youth League in the 1940s, had said, no, people are people and all must have equal rights.
I want to take you back to 1961.
Yeah.
The apartheid struggle was, you know, kind of copied what Mahatma Gandhi had done in India, non-violent resistance. But in 1961, the struggle changed with the founding of Nkonto Wesizwe.
You say it very well.
You know, what brought about that transition?
I think two major events, the Sharpeville massacre and then the crushing of the general strike in 1961, and the determination of the apartheid government to crush all peaceful protest. There was nothing more we could do peacefully. And our people were saying, we can't go on like this. In 1961, I was asked to go out to one of the townships about 120 kilometers from my home, a small town in the north of Cape Town, to take pamphlets to say we're going on strike. Chief Lutuli has burnt his pass and he's calling a general strike against the Republic. And I got there. I went to visit comrades who put me in the back of a van, covered me with sacks, so I couldn't be seen, to drive me into a black township because it was illegal for me to go in. And I met with the local committee of the ANC with these leaflets. And they said, comrade, we can't do it. Our people suffered so badly, lost their jobs after the 1960 Sharpeville massacre and the protest. They're still trying to recover. If we call on them to go on strike, they won't. And so we have to find a new way. You have to be able to protect our people. We have to collectively protect our people from the might of the apartheid state. And so there were individuals who were going out and committing acts of terror. That was the mood of our people. You can't go on an armed struggle unless people are ready to go. So Nelson Mandela and Joe Slovo of the Communist Party and others were arguing for this. But it meant that you had to persuade the various executive provincial committees and executives of the African National Congress and the other Congress organizations that this was the right move. You take up arms, you know the state is going to crack down. You're putting your lives on the line. Maybe they'll put everybody in prison. Maybe they'll kill thousands of people. That's been happening in other countries. And so Nelson Mandela, who had left South Africa illegally, to travel through Africa to meet political leaders and find out what support there was for this idea. He got some military training in Algeria as well, came back, eluded the police for 11 months or more, and then was betrayed and arrested and sent to prison for 5 years. But they didn't know he was the actual commander of this Umkhonto Wesizwe. That they only found when they raided the Rivonia Lillisley Farm headquarters in 1963 and found his diaries. And our lawyers said, why do you have such a sense of history? You keep notes of every illegal thing you've done. But what the diaries showed, I'm leaping ahead a bit, what it showed was that we're not terrorists. We were setting out to overthrow a tyrannical regime, and our policy was that we would try to avoid taking life. We would act against symbols of apartheid, the offices where the passes were issued, post offices, police stations, power lines. But the police didn't have the same attitude. Death was no problem for the police, none at all. And so, why did it change in 1961? Because the time was right. There was no way forward through peaceful protest. They were determined to hold on to power, and our people said no.
Looking back to those days, the ferocity, the impunity of the white government, they were ready to kill. They were ready to destroy. They were ready to throw people into prison, life sentence and all that. And here you were, about 29 years, and you didn't bother about what could have happened to you. You could have died. I mean, when you were being smuggled into the black townships, anything could have happened to you.
True.
What was driving you? What was at the back of your mind? What was it that made you sacrifice your privileges as a white person?
And my family and their privileges and my kids. Why did I do it? Because it was necessary. I could not be part of the injustice and making the injustice. My conscience would not allow it. I told you before, I grew up during World War II. I was filled with the heroism of people who fought behind the Nazi lines, at the risk of their lives, even young people, to be free. And if they could do it, why couldn't we do it? And if the people of Vietnam could fight the French and then the Japanese, then the French, and the people of Algeria could fight the French and fight the French and fight the French, and the people of Cuba could be struggling for freedom, why couldn't our people? It was the right thing to do.
But you were white. They were not your people.
Yes, they were my people. All people are my people. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's about justice. It's about equality. It's about respect for human dignity and life. It's about not using race to exploit people, not using race to kill people. It's about wanting to be able to choose my friends because I like them and they like me, not because of the color of their skin.
You didn't fear for your life?
Yes, of course I did. You take up arms against a state, they're going to kill you.
Or was it youthful exuberance?
Maybe we were a bit romantic, but I didn't expect to survive it. I would if it was great luck, you know, good fortune. But you take up arms, you run the risk of death. But people are dying every day from apartheid, not just murder and violence, from the system.
Let me take you back to the trials.
Yeah.
Because for the world, that was Nelson Mandela's coming of age. Yeah. That was when the world saw the inside of him.
That's right.
And saw the strength of his character. Yeah. Tell me about it. Here was a man who faced the risk of a life sentence, even faced the risk of being killed. And he stood up to the whites and made that very, very wonderful speech that has become one of the greatest speeches the world had ever seen.
And he was standing there, next to him was Walter Sisulu, then me, and Govan Mbeki and Ahmed Kathrada and Rusty Bernstein, Elias Matsoledi and Andrew Mlangeni. And Nelson Mandela makes his speech impassioned. No shouting. No, it was a very reasoned speech. It was to show why we took up arms, why he had led this. He said openly, I called for it. He called for it himself. And when he ended with this in effect, he's saying to the judge, hang me if you dare to. Oh, by the way, hang Walter, hang Dennis, hang us all. And what I remember is just sheer pride in sharing this moment. The man had such elegance. There was strain in his voice, but he wasn't shouting. And when he finished, there was an absolute silence, a long drawn-out silence in the court. What a moment to share of his greatness, and I think of ours, because he was challenging the judge to hang us. And the death threat was real, and the prosecution wanted it. And I know that because I was white, and a technical expert, and the judge making a remark with, ask that clever engineer number 3 accused and he'll tell you something, showed his own hatred, because I'm white and I'm betraying white South Africa. Nelson Mandela, and we all thought he could be hanged. I thought maybe they would hang me because if Nelson was hanged, then there would be an uprising. If they hanged me, white South Africa would be very pleased. My comrades would protest, but they wouldn't rise up for me. I wasn't senior enough. I wasn't that important. Important enough, but not that important. In the end, Nelson made his speech. We all gave our evidence. Elias Matsoledi made a wonderful speech from the dock. Didn't give evidence, saying, because my defense against the threat of death was to make jokes. And maybe the judge would get angry with me. But I wanted to give evidence. I wanted to be able to say why I did what I did. Like I'm trying to explain now. It wasn't because I wanted to kill, it's because I wanted to put an end to the killing. Really, that was our motive for all of us.
You know, we look at it now and it's history. You're telling me a story. But in 63, 64, you were staring death in the face, standing in that court.
I was very thin and I just turned sideways around the gallows. What can I say to you? I hoped we wouldn't die. I didn't want to die. But I too was prepared to die for our people to be free.
What did your parents think of you then?
Oh, my parents were very proud of me. The day I was sentenced to life imprisonment, or the next day, my mother said that her life was fulfilled through me. I wasn't just her little boy anymore, I was her comrade. And I was proud.
That was what she said?
Yeah, yeah. But our people, the day we were sentenced to life imprisonment, my mother couldn't hear what the judge said. He spoke so quietly. She said, "What is it?" And I said, "It's life, and life's wonderful." We all smiled a little bit, and then we laughed because we'd escaped the death sentence. Nelson as well. And then when I look back at the way our history has evolved and the role Nelson Mandela has since played, how lucky we are as a country and as a world that people like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu and Govan Mbeki, the father of our second president, and my other comrades and me, that our lives were spared and we could take part in rebuilding our country and making sure it didn't go down in flames.
You know, you were a young man. You had this brilliant life in front of you, but you chose to stay and fight and ended up in prison at a very early age.
Yeah.
But even before all this time, you wanted to be an engineer.
I was a graduate civil engineer.
And but you still went to school while you were in prison?
We were allowed to study by correspondence through a distance learning University of South Africa. Mm-hmm. And I took a degree in public administration because I thought I have to be ready for when we take power. I finished that degree very quick, 5 years. But it took 22 years, 30 years before I could have been an administrator. I was sure they could not last that long. Then I did a bachelor degree in history and geography. And part of studying was for the lights to stay on at night. Otherwise you had to go to sleep as soon as about 8 o'clock. How can you sleep for 10 hours every night with nothing to do? Then I did a degree in library science, because that's all there was left for me to study. And that took a long time. And then eventually they said we could study second level degrees, so I started a law degree. And I got halfway through it, so I'm half a lawyer.
When you were released?
And then I got released. Enough lawyers around. I never finished the degree.
Tell me a typical day in prison.
It changed over the years, but around about 5 o'clock you would hear the shovels going as they were putting coal into the boilers to cook the breakfast, make the pap. And then around about 6 o'clock they'd come and open your grill, and an officer would come round to inspect you. He'd walk past, you know, this is inspected, yeah. Then they'd let us out for about half an hour to go and empty out toilet buckets and wash and clean the bucket. And then come back, then they'd bring our food in a chipped enamel bowl. Sometimes they put the bread in the pup. It was nice bread at first. Otherwise they put the bread on the floor. There was no respect for prisoners. It doesn't matter white or black. And then we had a couple of hours where we had to work sewing mail bags, repairing old post sacks. We're just keeping us busy. Filthy work, insisting we don't talk to each other. In winter in Pretoria, I was in prison in Pretoria, not Robben Island. Temperature goes down to very cold, sometimes frosty, you know, 0, but 2-3 degrees, and then it warms up a bit. But in the prison courtyard where we sat was 3 stories high, no sunlight. And you sit for 3 hours and you can hardly move afterwards, you're so stiff. Then they'd lock us up for lunch for a couple of hours while the warders went off. Then we'd have another afternoon session of work. And the day ends, 3:30, locked up. And then you're alone for 18 hours till they opened up the next morning.
You were in a white prison in Pretoria.
Yeah.
And this was the situation in a white prison.
Yeah.
How could it have been in a black prison?
Well, they say everything is culturally arranged. So we got meat most days of the week, but on one day of the week we got fish. And there were vegetables and there was rice. And they said it was a balanced diet. But if you scratched yourself, it didn't heal. There was a lack of vitamins, lack of sunlight. And it's not really about the food you eat, unless it's impossible. I mean, I ate soup every night, made from powder, in prison, every night for 22 years.
Is that milk?
Soup.
Soup?
Soup. Bean soup, pea soup, ground up green peas. Not very nice. I still love soup, but real soup. And what was it like on Robben Island? Separate diet scale for black Africans. Separate clothing. Short pants, no socks, open sandals. For colored prisoners, long trousers. Better food. For Indians, also like colored people. They said this was culturally arranged. It took a very long time to get equality of clothing and food served by the prison services. It was a battle fought in prison for rights. Never stopped.
So outside prison, you fought for rights. Inside prison, you fought for rights too.
And in prison, it costs you stomach ulcers and illness. It took 15 years for us to win their respect and to be treated as decent people. Sometimes they still tried nasty things.
Yeah, I said there was something you said that attracted my attention so much, that even while you were in prison on a life sentence, you were dreaming of working in a free South Africa.
Yes.
And you were trying to get degrees.
Yes.
What gave, what gave strength to this dream?
Well, I was surprised it took so long. I thought apartheid would be dead, not from a romantic view. It had so many inherent weaknesses that I thought it would collapse much earlier. It's a lesson in history. It takes a long time. Everywhere but you have to make the start. You can't say, well, if it takes 5 years, okay, otherwise I give up. What does the strength come from? Maybe we just believed that we could win. And you know, our movement made us symbols of freedom. When I said Oliver Tambo made Nelson Mandela famous, Free Mandela became the worldwide campaign. But he stood for all political prisoners. And there were buttons and badges and posters and things with my face as well. All of us, the Rivonia trial. They made us famous, you know.
So in 1985,
yeah,
you were released from prison.
Yes.
But it was a life sentence. Why did they change their mind?
Governments reserve the right to change their minds. Actually, my visitor friend, a woman who really was my visitor for 14 years, her husband was a lawyer, one of our defense lawyers. She went to see the Minister of Justice to say, it's time that Dennis is released. And he said he'd give her half an hour, and he gave her over an hour. And he took notice of what she said, because he said, he told one of the diplomats, and I heard about it afterwards, he's not only the top lawyer, he's a leading politician. What happens if elderly people like Mandela die in prison? There'd be trouble. So we better start thinking about what to do. I was the guinea pig. They offered me release on conditions, and I accepted, because I believed it was necessary to move things forward, to negotiate. 5 years later, the others having been released in between, Nelson Mandela was released to negotiate. Everything I asked for in a letter I wrote to the apartheid president before my release, not pleading for myself, pleading for a change of policy for our country, came to pass in 5 years. So I accepted the release, came out, and was politically active like I've never been before. Really and truly, I traveled the world talking about our struggle, winning solidarity, winning financial support, winning political support, not just from people, from governments. That was my task. Why did they release me? Because they had to. The big Western powers wanted an end to this situation. The Cold War was coming to an end. If they could get Cuba out of Africa, they would be happy. All of it came together.
So you traveled the world,
yes,
making the case for the ANC and the future of South Africa.
Yes.
And I was wondering, at what point did family come into the story?
I arrived back in England, and my wife, after a little while, said she felt cheated.
Were you married before you went to prison?
Oh yes, and we had 2 children, and my children, who had been 8 years and 6 years, were now 30 and 28 years old. And my wife, who was a beautiful young woman in her 30s, was now close on 60. She said my little country cottage had become a big mansion. And I was bald and old with gold-rimmed spectacles. But I had to be active. My comrades were still in prison. And she felt cheated because I wasn't home with her.
Even when you were out of prison?
Even when I came out of prison.
And she had waited for over 20 years.
Yeah. And she supported me in what I was doing. She gave me a home, she gave me love. I could not live on the allowance the ANC gave me. It was less than half of a street sweeper's pay. We had a struggle. It wasn't about living well. And so I travelled the world and I spoke at the United Nations Special Committee on a couple of occasions. Made some pretty good speeches as well, I have to say. Raised huge amounts of support for our people and our struggle. Persuaded governments to give financial support for the welfare of our prisoners and their families. And slowly, slowly, the West began to say, we better get rid of apartheid or we lose all our investments, and put pressure. And so Mandela's released, and the day we were sentenced, the head of prison security, a colonel, was very angry with me because I said, you look so happy about the sentences, the life sentence. He said, they should have hanged you. You'll never walk out of here on your own feet. We'll carry you out feet first in a coffin. He's really angry and bitter. We all walked out. But Nelson walked out to the world's television cameras. He arrives at the gate of the prison in this convoy of cars, and he gets out of the car, takes his wife's hand, and walks into freedom. It was a long walk to freedom.
Very long walk to freedom.
You see. And what a moment that was, of rejoicing, of delight, that in the end the apartheid government had to release him or go down in flames. It was very important. I was in England, sitting in a television studio commenting and telling the story about Mandela walking out, not in a coffin. And you know, what people forget is that in the 4 years from his release to him becoming president, during peaceful negotiations, the apartheid state killed at least 10,000 people through its security forces and death squads. But they still called it a bloodless revolution because very few whites died, and only their blood counts in the eyes of the media. This is one of the biggest tragedies, I think, of our struggle, is that the thousands of people who gave their lives are being ignored. Yes, Nelson Mandela is a great leader. He played such an important role, called for the armed struggle. Then it was taken over, led by Oliver Tambo, to the point where apartheid had to negotiate, and Mandela had the strength of purpose to say, now we can call off the armed struggle because our people are dying every day. Hundreds were being killed. We didn't go to war for our people to die. And so we had to make concessions. And now they're rejoicing Nelson Mandela is the peacemaker. He was a strong man. He was a tough guy. He called for the armed struggle.
And he called for peace.
And then he called for peace because the purpose was to achieve peace.
Was he a very realistic man?
I find the brilliance of his leadership was that at each critical point, he was able to, with Oliver Tambo and others, and especially Walter Sisulu, to find a way forward, an answer to the new problems. Your struggle creates new problems.
It's not dynamic.
Yeah, very. So you need new answers, and he could find them and convince us that it was right.
When Nelson became president, when he walked out of prison 4 years after he became president, did you feel you had won the battle?
Oh no,
Did you feel that now you're fulfilled and the battle was over?
Like he says in his autobiography, now the real struggle begins, and it's going to be harder than putting an end to apartheid.
Did the 4 years of Nelson Mandela change much in South Africa?
Yeah. His presidency?
Yes.
Absolutely. It laid the basis of a real democracy. We had our first elections. People stood in queues for 6 hours to vote. And when they were asked, aren't you impatient? They said, I waited 300 years. What's 6 hours? Seriously. And there was a rejoicing, and Nelson Mandela also says he realized in his time in prison that not only did we have to free the oppressed, we had to free the oppressor, to be human beings, to lance the boil of their brutality. it was an important change.
Were you surprised when 4 years after his presidency, he said he wasn't going to?
5 years, 5 years.
Sorry, 5 years after his presidency.